Morning, Mr. Becker, and I'm very unsure about the correct pronunciation of your surname. Please, could that be the first thing you tell us how to pronounce it? I don't want to pronounce it wrongly.
Good morning, Chief Justice and panelists. That's Sutubariki.
Oh.
But I have been, I grew up among Xhosas.
Yeah.
And that's how I grew up.
But the correct one is Biggie Biggie.
Biggie.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you very much for making yourself available, Mr. Biggie. You know the panelists here. I believe you can take your mask off for the duration of the interview because you are far enough. You know the panelists here, the public protector, you know the public protector, the chairperson of the Gender Commission, and then Ms. Matibula, and then you know Alfred Majola, the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. I'm the only one you don't know.
After your experience on your interviews, everybody knows.
How are you this morning?
We are good. Chair?
Yes. Yes. No, thank you very much for availing yourself to be considered for appointment as a member of the IEC. We really appreciate it. We have your CV and we have lots of documentation. We have had regard to that and we continue to have regard to that after the interview. So you can take it that we are aware of what's in your CV. We will ask you questions just to clarify and highlight certain things and ask you about certain matters that we think we need to ask you about for purposes of considering you for this position. I will take 2 minutes just to highlight what I see in your CV. You have BProc, you've got LLB from the University of the Western Cape, you've got Master of Laws from UNISA, which you got in 2002. You are a Director General in the Northern Cape Provincial Government from 2010 up to now. You have a lot of experience with elections, from what I can see. You were a Provincial Electoral Officer under the IEC from 2002 to 2010, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were Manager Electoral Matters under the IEC Northern Cape from 1998 to 2002, is that right?
That is correct.
And you have worked for democracy development at the University of the Western Cape. You have also been involved in voter educations, is that right?
That is quite correct.
Yes. And you have been technical advisor or observer in a number of elections on the continent and outside of the continent. In 2008, you were an observer presidential elections in Zimbabwe, is that right?
That is correct.
And you were technical advisor in the presidential elections of the DRC in 2007. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah, also you were technical advisor in the presidential elections in Comoros, 2008, 2006, as well as in the USA, you were an observer in presidential elections 2004, a technical advisor presidential elections in Rwanda 2002, and you have been involved in also you are a board member, project steering committee of new universities, the includes Saltplatz University, is that right?
That is correct.
You were provincial chairperson of the Northern Cape Provincial Heritage Agency in 2007. And you were a council member of the South African Heritage Resource Agency, is that right?
That is quite correct, Chair.
Yes. So you have, seems you have quite some close association with elections as well as with the IEC over the years.
Yes, Chair. I think I was one of the first staff members to establish the current Electoral Commission.
Yes.
After the initial interim commission that was established. So I do have quite a lot of experience when it comes to that.
Yes. And quite obviously, with you having been so involved, you are aware of the legislation that is applicable to elections and to the IEC.
Yes, definitely, Chair.
Yes. And obviously, you have observed how the IEC has been running elections over the years, is that right?
Yes, Chair. I've been part and parcel of that
Yes.
for close to 13 years. And
Yes.
I've always even checked the evolution of the IEC since
Yes.
the time I've left.
Yes.
Even though I'm no longer there,
Yes.
I'm still part and parcel of the IEC.
Yes, yes. What are the three challenges that you think the IEC has in ensuring that in South Africa we continue to have free and fair elections?
Chair, I think the first and foremost is the credibility of our voters' roll. You know, if there is no credibility in the voters' roll, especially after the court case which indicated that all voters' rolls, we should ensure that there is a address therein. But looking at the challenges of South Africa, our past, where not everybody who has an abode do have a voter actually, and what is this thing, an address. That is one challenge, but I think currently the IEC is definitely dealing with that, looking at some of the technology that we have, which ensures that a person within a voting district can be geolocated. That is one challenge. Secondly, I think the current stuff that we might be having at the local level, the issue of influence or wrong interpretation of the law. I think a week or so ago, or within this week, I read where the IEC allocated a seat at the municipality to a wrong party. That detracts from the credibility of the IEC at the end of the day. It might be one mistake that one individual has made, but at the end of the day, it affects the whole IEC. It might have been in the Western Cape, it might be in Limpopo. It affects the credibility of the IEC, and if there is no credibility, for one or other reason, it affects the whole electoral process throughout. You can be 99.9 correct. That 1% still detracts from the credibility thereof. I think the third one is definitely the total, if there can be a lack of independence. If whether it's a commissioner, whether it's a local electoral officer, if there is a perception of bias, that also, I can assume, is going to be a threat to the IEC.
Thank you. There has been a complaint that the youth in the past few elections didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about voting. What do you think the IEC should do to try and get more young people to be involved in voting during elections?
Chair and Commission members, you know, tomorrow belongs to our youth. If they do not participate now, if they don't see anything that is well worth it for them to continue therein, we are doomed as a country. From the IEC's point of view, I think legally and constitutionally we are enjoined to ensure that democracy development is enshrined and it is taken care of. Voter education, especially amongst our school-going learners, to ensure, and that was one thing that I was busy with whilst I was at university. We used to have a program under street law which ensured that we go to township schools to have sessions on Friday afternoons just to interact with the learners to ensure that at least there is an interest in where the country goes. Without, if there is apathy from them, what happens when we are no longer there? So that is the background from which I say that we have to ensure, from the IEC's point of view, there are programs, democracy development, youth development, and so on, with their intake and with their input also to ensure that there is that interest in, it's not just for them to be involved in politics, but also in democracy development. There are many other avenues that I am of the view that they can add quite a lot of value.
Thank you very much. I will now allow the panelists to put questions to you if they have questions. Public Protector.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Dumela ntate Bigi Bigi.
Dumela.
Ki pronounce right. Ndebele, yes. Ngibeza ngesindebele beke Bigi Bigi. Thank you so much for availing yourself for this interview. I will deal with the issues of strategic leadership. From your perspective, being the DG currently of the Northern Cape, what are the issues which you think needs attention within the IEC as far as the issue of strategic leadership, issues of core management competencies within the IEC, which you can bring as the commissioner, or as well indicate what you are currently doing in the Northern Cape, which you think you can bring to the commission?
Thank you, Public Protector. I think with the experience that I have garnered at my current position that I have as Director General of the Northern Cape Province, if there is one thing that any organization cannot do without, is their human resources. And to me, if you have a well-motivated, well-looked-after staff, that is one of the most important things. I am a product today of what our then commissioners under Dr. Bam did. If you look at the experience that I've gained throughout the continent and throughout the world, and that is what I want to at least ensure, those ones that I will be leading, if I am the successful candidate, to ensure that our human resources are indeed in the best possible way. Secondly, you know, when you deal with public finances, you need to account to the best, especially nowadays, up to a single cent thereof. There needs to be an assurance that whatever monies have been appropriated to the organizations can be accounted for. And to that, I think I cannot that I'm boasting, but to indicate for the past 13 years that I have been the DG, 6 of those have been clean audits, including this year. For the past 13 years, I have received financially clean audits right through. So that is something that I say, it might not be myself. It is the kind of stuff that I am able to motivate to bring the best out of them, to ensure that we are accountable and we should be exemplary. Somebody said when I left the IEC and had to start as the DG, one of the things they said, but your budget at the IEC is far smaller than the budget that you will be managing as the Director General of the province. And my response thereto was, if I am honest, credible, have integrity in 10 cents, I will be also the same with R1 billion. And actually that credibility has been shown with my track record over the past years as the Director General of the province.
For that, following up on that, maybe if you can then address the issue of the clean audits and the performance audit. How are you doing as the province? Because you might have those clean audits, but then you'd find that that doesn't translate to service delivery at the grassroots. And how would you make sure that at the IEC, even if you can oversee that as being part of the commissioner, holding the CEO accountable, but then how do you make sure that the issue of clean audits translate into good governance where there are no issues of service delivery? But then, whilst also answering, because we are having only 30 minutes with you, and after that, I'll hand over to my other colleague. The issue of credibility, the issue of ethical leadership. That's one of my questions. If you can also address us on, and you are saying staff is very critical, how you motivate them, and maybe indicate what happened to that case where you were taken to the Equality Court, where you apparently called staff or one of the staff members that you don't want to associate yourself with pigs and chaff. And what happened to that particular matter? Was that dealt with, and how did you account for it? Because indeed, we need somebody who's credible, we need somebody who's going to be ethical and who's credible as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Protector. I think let me start with the last one. Just to indicate on that one, I have been found not guilty. But let me give a short expose as to why I happen to indicate and utter the words that I did. You find instances where you have officials in any administration who just are there to ensure that the administration does not move in any way. People who are going to be disruptive as much as they want to be. You advise, you do whatever you need to be, but they don't want at the end of the day to do why we are paid for. Remember, first and foremost, I am one, or we are one of the lucky ones amongst 1 million of people without jobs. And to me, when you have employment, ensure that you earn every single cent that you do. For the fact that somebody can come to work who's supposed to be there at 7:30, arrives at 10 o'clock, by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, the person is having tea, 12 o'clock, the person goes on lunch, 3 o'clock, the person comes back from lunch, 4 o'clock, the person goes home. When you look throughout the years, what has the person been doing? There is no justification. This is taxpayers' money that we have to work for. You do advise. You take the person through. You know, there's a whole range of these programs at work that we have instituted to ensure that at least where there are issues at home, where there are issues with your supervisor, that you deal with those issues. The person just does not want to. What do you end up doing? You have a choice of ensuring there's a disciplinary hearing and the person loses potentially his job or her job. And that's, I think I can still remember the anger that I had at some of our staff members who just don't want to do the right thing. That is still a problem with me. I want to ensure whoever gets a salary must earn the salary and be happy doing the work. Because you have applied for a job to start with. There are thousands, there are millions outside, and that's what I normally tell my staff, who are outside who want to ensure that they also get jobs. I hope I've dealt with that one. And I think Member Tebula's commission was also involved eventually. With that staff member, there were people who were sent through to me, and I indicated to them, because I used my money at the end of the day to defend myself, not the state's money. And the individual wanted me to withdraw that, and I was saying absolutely none. I had all the right to use the state's money, but I didn't, because I know I am an ethical person. I know that I did not do that maliciously. I wanted to ensure those who are not in the same boat with me and in the same boat with where we want to lead that administration are definitely taking care of themselves to say that, do I change or do I remain the destructive person that I am? But I think enough said on that one.
I think you should address, is it justifiable for you, even if you say you are ethical, to use those words? Because you can discipline a person by making sure that you take them through the disciplinary processes. So I think maybe just clarify that, because is it justifiable to act and to be angry and just act like that? Because here you are going to deal with political parties who will be, very confrontational, and we need to be sure that the person who's appointed is above board and is the temperament of that person is up to standard, yes.
Thank you, Advocate. I think the court record shows that the first thing that I did was to apologize. I did that in court and I did that out of court. And I think even when the commission came, I did reiterate that that is something that I'm going to regret for the rest of my life. I have said it, but I did apologize for that. And that was unreservedly so. Unreservedly that I did apologize. The words, I think, out of the frustration, out of the anger of that particular moment. Definitely, indeed, the apology, if you can go to the court record, you will definitely find it there. Out of court, you will still find it also there, that I did apologize for that. How am I going to ensure that the clean audits translate to performance? I think that starts first with your performance plans that you have to go and provide to the portfolio committee. Ensure that, remember, it's on two sections. It is on your performance, that indeed I have done what I've set out that I need to do. And currently there are no matters arising in my department for the past 6 years, including the current year as we are speaking on, because definitely we ensure we put mechanisms in place, not just on an annual basis, but on a monthly basis. I need to ensure that what I said in the beginning of the financial year, gradually as we go through, than rather wait, Honorable Chair, until the end of the financial year, that's when I want to account. I account every day. I make it a habit on a monthly basis. We see where things might not be happening and how are we going to be in the next month, how are we going to ensure that we make up what we did not make up in the other side. On that ethical leadership still, you know, Honorable the advocate, I think a year or so ago, I was voted in as the best provincial Director General. And I think, and that is amongst all my peers, that goes a long way to indicate as to how ethical. Yes, I might say I'm ethical, but my actions are totally different, as you've just indicated now with the example of what I've mentioned to my lady, to some of the staff members, or one staff member who took me to court. But indeed, I can assure you, amongst my peers, this is how they view me. And I am definitely sure I always do the best that I can do. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Mutebula?
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Ntate Biki, ke na le dipotso tse few for you. The first one, I think it's around innovation, creativity when it comes to the electoral systems. And I think in your earlier response to the CJ, you did mention issues of technology. I think the past 2 years have shown us that, you know, during the pandemic, elections can still take place. So if you look at the entire system since the establishment, what are the few things that you think you can actually change and make sure that you bring, you know, new life, you know, into the entire system in as far as the electoral system is concerned?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Yes, indeed. No, the IEC is one organization, even during the time when we started, that was always at the forefront of innovation. I'm just thinking, as I remember the first time that we had to go and delimit a voting district which has to fit in within a ward, not being a geologist, not even knowing then as to where are the marks that we need to put in. We had then already technology which indicated then the area within which the voting district is, how it relates to the next voting district, how it relates to the next ward. But having said that, the new challenges that the pandemic has provided us is, what if we are again at level 5? Constitution requires us within 90 days after the last election, we have to have the elections. What can happen then? And I think this is where we need to see whether electronic voting, and now even during the time I was there, those discussions were already started. And I think now is the time. The pandemic has taught us that at least let us start being ready. Let us ready for ourselves for a time when there might not be a possibility for us to go stand in long queues. where people do want to exercise their right to vote, but are afraid of going out and getting infected. So electronic voting is something that we'll definitely have to see as to how we should be able to institute within the next few years, that the IEC is still going to be, actually the current crop of leadership is still going to be there. Also on the other side, I think, as I've said, the issue of voters' rolls being available at the voting station electronically, especially for national and provincial elections. If I am in Gauteng, but I have registered in the Northern Cape, and I want at least to exercise my vote for national elections, I should be able, without a lot of problems, be able to be determined on whatever gadget that we're going to be having to indicate my name is on the national, at least, segment of the voters' roll. Those are the issues that we need to ensure do happen within the next few years. The pandemic has ensured, actually, has given us a very harsh lesson that if we remain in our archaic way of doing things, we are going to be left behind.
Thank you very much for the response. The second question that I just want to, put forward, and I know that you have dealt with conflict management at the workplace, but I still am interested in terms of how you would manage conflict, a typical way of dealing with a conflict, and or managing or resolving a dispute. And I'm asking this question because I know that with IEC, there are a lot of disputes that are posed either during or before the election period. So I just want to find out how you would deal with that, and if you can just give an example on that. Thanks.
Through you, Chair. I think elections by its nature gives rise to disputes, gives rise to conflicts, and that I say out of experience. In my 13 years as the provincial electoral officer in the Northern Cape, there has never been any election where there has not been disputes. And the way in which we have dealt with those in the past is to have panels, because unfortunately we'll not be able to deal personally with all of those disputes, is to ensure that we have panels that we have appointed in the different districts, which are going to ensure that they are at least available when there are major disputes which cannot be resolved by the person themselves, either the provincial electoral officer or the CEO of the election or the commission itself. And in those, what we, during my time that we have identified, some of our lay preachers, some of our advocates in the legal fraternity, those are some of the committees that we used to set up to ensure that when it arises, they are at our beck and call and they should be able to go and resolve. But eventually, when there is no satisfaction thereof, we know that there is always the legal route that they have the right to take. But at a personal level, being the Director General of the province, most of the disputes that happens intra-staff end up with me. At a personal level, and the committees which I have set up, which are going to ensure that when because disputes, when there are two, even in a family, there are always disputes. What more when you have people from different backgrounds, different cultures working together? You need to ensure, but the greatest thing is to work towards ensuring that possible dispute doesn't happen. That is first and foremost what I normally say is, please be ensured that you do have, there is a threat analysis of something that might happen. Before it happens, try and deal with it. That already takes out the sting of the challenge and the problem that you are going to be having.
Thank you, Ms. Machibula. Advocate Machola.
Molo kuti. Njani?
Sikhona baba sikhona.
Yes, I just have a few questions. It's just one or two, just following up on what you were just talking about now. You know, I recall that the Electoral Act actually requires a commissioner to promote, or the commission to promote cooperation with and between persons, institutions, government, etc., and so on. And you were talking about disputes. So what I wanted to know is, as a commissioner, how do you think that the commission should go about fulfilling this, this mandate?
Thank you, Advocate. I think just to start with, that is the very same section when we set up the commission. Remember, we did not have any infrastructure in the provinces, nor any infrastructure where elections actually happen, that is at the municipal front. We had to ensure that we do have working relationships with those councils so that at least one, we are provided offices within the municipalities where there was possible, given their challenges also during those periods. So that section was the very same section that we used to indicate to our provincial administration, to the local councils, that we want to have this relationship, yes, still maintaining our independence. We might be housed within the municipal building, but we are not part of the municipality. We just are using the infrastructure. That is one on the infrastructure side, but also on the other side, looking as to how we have to manage elections. There is no way that the election commission can have full-blown staff throughout. I'm talking presiding officers and so on. So the relationship with the schools that we had, we need to use the schools as voting stations. We had to use some of the principals and staff members as election officials to ensure at the end of the day there is that working relationship, but also at the end of the day, accountability. To make you an example, Advocate, during our first election, we wanted to ensure there is a number of unemployed who are also going to be part and parcel of the IEC. I think history tells us in some of those instances, in some of those voting districts, election results were held ransom because at that time, they wanted to have more money than what they were indicated previously. So if we did not have a relationship with the schools, with the other administrative bodies, we would have found ourselves in a very tight spot. So that, actually, that provision is one that I think goes without saying. For the IEC to be successful, we have to ensure that we are interdependent and we do trust and rely on the advice, on the finances, on the human resources of the other governmental departments that want to ensure that we do succeed as a commission.
Thank you, Mr. Biki. In your response, you also spoke about the whole issue of independence. And I see that since 2010, you have been working as DG, a job that implies that the executive authority gives you directions as to what you need to do. How are you then going to, with that experience of, you know, you are independent to a large extent as a DG, but also you have to defer to what goes. Now you are applying for a position that wants to give you full independence. How are you going to transcend? How are you going to kind of jump from that? In other words, are you going to ensure that you actually are independent? What in your experience shows that you are capable of playing on both sides, where you eventually ultimately take instruction, and that you're also able to play on the side where you take your own decision? Because as a commissioner, it's very important that you need to be independent, and you do not want a majority political party coming to you to say, do things this way. You want to take your own decisions. What in your experience shows that you're capable of doing that?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, through you. Just a little bit of history. I am one of the Uppington 26 prisoners who was on death row for close to 3 years. And after my university education, after I qualified as a lawyer, I joined the IEC. This was my first job that I did. And I can assure you, nearly 90% of the political parties were against my appointment as the manager electoral matters in the IEC. I remember when two, I think it was members of the NNP from the Northern Cape, who went to Pretoria with Dr. Bam and Commissioner Fanny van der Merwe, where they said perceptions count. This is the man with this background. And here this man is going to be managing elections in our province. I can assure you, Advocate, today, you call the very same people, they will be the ones who are vouching for me here today. That given that I rose above what my political inclinations were and did my job to the best of my ability, and I can proudly say, for 13 years in my life in the IEC, I can still stand proud to say that I can do what the law requires of me to do. And with that experience, I transcended over to become the Director General of the province. And with that experience that I did have at the IEC, of acting independently, ethically, and within the legal norms, I can stand here today and say that I might leave my current position 20 years down the line, there's not a single thing that is going to follow me, because I know I have done everything ethically within the bounds of the law. And that is the person that I am proud of. To say that never ever will I do something that I know is legally, ethically, immoral, or wrong for me to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Advocate Majola. Thank you very much, Mr. Bigibigi. That brings us to the end of the questions that we wanted to put to you. You look at me as if you're saying, is that all? Thank you very much for making yourself available, and you will be informed in due course of the outcome. Okay, thank you very much. You are excused. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Chairperson. Was that a correct pronunciation of your surname? Sort of. Spot on. Oh, okay, all right. Okay. I think for the duration of the interview, you can take off your mask because I think there is enough distance. Yes, I'm sure you know all the members of the panel, the public protector.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ms. Matebula, the chairperson of the Gender Equality Commission, and Advocate Majola, the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. And I'm just the only one you don't know.
You are indeed.
Thank you. Welcome, and we thank you for making yourself available to be considered for this position. Thank you for coming. I'm going to take 2 minutes or so to mention, highlight certain things in your CV, and I'll have 2 or 3 questions for you, whereafter I will allow the panelists to put questions to you. But feel free. Don't feel intimidated in any way.
Thank you, Chief Justice. May I just apologize beforehand? I'm recovering from a cold,
Yes.
so my chest is a bit bad. And,
Yes.
I burst into coughs every now and again.
Yeah.
I'll try and control it,
Yeah.
but I apologize beforehand to yourselves and the audience out there.
Yes. No,
Thank you.
No, that's all right. You hold a BA and an LLB, and both of them are from the University of Pretoria. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chief Justice.
And you have a postgraduate diploma in corporate governance from UJ,
Correct.
and you are currently enrolled for a master's. Is that right?
Chair, I'm not enrolled, but I am still pursuing it because it's only the dissertation that's outstanding. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you mean you are not registered for presently, but you still have intentions to complete it?
Yes, and I'm negotiating with the university to allow me, if nothing else, but old age.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. And you are an advocate of the High Court by profession, is that right?
I have been admitted, Chair.
Yes.
As an advocate, yes.
Yes. And you are currently with the IEC?
I am currently the Chief Audit Executive at the IEC.
Yes. And from 2007 to currently, you are the Chief Audit Executive, is that right?
Correct.
Yes. And actually, it looks like you have been involved with the IEC from the mid-90s, is that correct, in one way or another?
My apologies. Yes, it's quite a long history.
Yes.
I've been involved even in 1994.
Yes.
In the first democratic election as a part-time worker at voting stations. And then in 1995, I joined as a contract worker. 1996.
Yeah.
1997, yes, we were taken into the permanent structure, which is the now IEC.
One second, Ms. Chairperson. I don't know whether you need to bring the mic closer to you. Your voice is rather soft. I'm not sure whether
I can.
everybody. Yeah.
Is that
okay.
better?
I think that's
Okay,
better. Yeah.
wonderful.
Yes, and at some stage from 94 to 96, you were manager accounting in the Independent Broadcasting Authority, and then you have been, or you were an associate in the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators, is that right? That was way back 1996?
No, I was given the designation of an associate general accountant by SICA, who is the Institute of, sorry, apologies.
Yes. Obviously, you being involved in the IEC and being a lawyer, you are quite familiar with the legislation that governs the IEC and elections in South Africa.
I am.
Yes.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes. What are the challenges that you have identified as challenges that the IEC needs to look at in order to ensure that we as South Africans continue to have free and fair elections? What are the challenges that are posing a threat to its work and ensuring that South Africans have free and fair elections?
I think the responsibility for the IEC to ensure, as it is stated in the legislation, that there is free and fair election is quite a high level of responsibility. When you then want to understand what the particular challenges in that space is, I think the first thing to say is that whilst the IEC and the Commission in particular has to make sure that this happens, it is doing such work within an environment where the stakeholders have an equal share. And that would be, firstly, our political parties, that they need to understand what it means for an election to be free and fair. Of course, the IEC makes sure that its processes are transparent and that in that sense there is also good understanding of what it means for electoral democracy, that those processes must be allowed to be transparent. It puts all of the checks and balances in place. It works in an environment that it cannot always control, and as such, it needs to do information campaigns. It needs to do education of voters, that they understand what environment is required for free and fair elections. Within those processes, though, we need to, as the IEC, ensure, and the Commission in particular, of course, as standing at the helm of the organization, must ensure that we take into account those factors that may, in the end, negate against a process that can be seen to be credible in the end, and a process of running such elections that we can have all of those building blocks that we as the election management body advocate to be required for free and fair elections.
What do you think the IEC should do to attract more young people to voting?
Chief Justice, young people are that sector of our society that needs to be enticed, I would say is the word. They live
the IEC must make voting cool. Right?
For sure.
How do you make it cool to the youth?
We have to make it cool, and as much as we understand that the old way of doing things have got a lot of merit in it, the now new things are the things that I even see my little 2-year-old granddaughter do, and that is that they are so technology focused that those are some of the things that we cannot really ignore. Young people are not like me, scared of telephone banking. They like to be on their cell phones all the time. And I think that these are the new media that, of course, we have to exploit to the fullest to keep their interest. But it's not just to get it, at the high level. I think these are the things that we need to partner in the education system already with young people to do the education, civic education, and to find those media and interest that they will really find to be the most engaging for themselves. With us having now worked through the COVID period and have had to work through the remote and virtual medias, I think those are the things that will appeal to young people mostly. However, we have to also as a country look at the cost of data, and because that is going to be the new currency for us going forward. And all the other tools and opportunities that the fourth industrial revolution is putting at our disposal is things that we will have to exploit quite fully to keep the young people engaged in the process of this deepening our democracy and consolidation thereof.
Thank you. I will now allow members of the panel to put questions to you, and we'll start with the public protector.
Thank you, Advocate. Yes, welcome. And you can just take us through what your understanding or what have you done within the IEC. I mean, you've been the Chief Audit Executive 2007 to 2022. That's what is written, well, in the summary. What have you done to assist the Chapter 9 institution to perform as far as their audit findings? How have you fared all these years? And is that aligned to the performance of IEC, especially the deliverables and what you have done in the past years of elections? And also, what strategies will you put in place when you are now in the commission side, which you think as the executive authority now should be implemented within the organization?
Thank you for that question. Let me start with the first part, which I must just comment. I was asked to be brief, so I can't obviously tell you everything that I've done in that period of 2007 to date. But I think the first maybe achievement to highlight is that the request for me to move from the other areas of work I've been performing in the IEC prior to that was really to establish an independent assurance function. And that does not detract anything from what the previous function was, but what it really entailed was to say, within the assurance area that we are required to work in as internal audit, one has to refocus and make sure that you service those charged with governance. It's a term that I trust everybody is very familiar with, but it takes your focus from implementation into taking a seat back and looking as to how implementation can be improved, how can it be enhanced, and what better opportunities we can even look at, and not just focus on risks by themselves. One of the things then that I would hasten to say that was a key focus for me from the start is that as an assurance provider, my role I understood to be that we should focus on how well or not we are doing what I call service delivery. The IEC is there as an organization that is to deliver elections at all levels of the legislatures. And then in that sense, one has to look to see how do we find those efficiencies within processes, how do we improve them. So from the start, our mainstay and focus, whilst I was at the helm of internal audit, was really to look at how do we improve the core business functions. One of the first findings that maybe is relevant for purposes of the question is that we had raised concerns about how addresses that we had gathered from voters had been captured as early as 2008, and we had made recommendations for improvements in that area. We had then, in later years, obviously following the famous court case, where we were found wanting as an organization, that addresses were not available as they should. We then delved in, even before that, we delved into the voters' role and did a lot of data analysis to assist the organization to clean it up and to also improve and identify areas where, unfortunately, where we, in some instances, had the actual details of the voters on forms that we had asked people to complete, that those were not properly recorded, and the cleanup process could then start. So I think just focusing on those two areas has helped a lot in the core business, and the reason why the IEC has to make sure that the voters' roll is always current, that it is reliable and correct, was part of the focus. So we've spent a lot of time over the years to look at the voters' roll and associated processes of registration. Then if I may move to the second question, how then do I see the strategies that I will be able to bring to the Commission, moving then from, I would almost say, a middle ground kind of focus area to becoming, as a Commissioner, now involved in policy making and in more strategic issues of the organization. I think one of the core things I will rush to say is that the Electoral Commission, as we know from the Kada Asmal report, struggles still within the areas of governance, and that is simply because the founding legislations have not clearly, in the way that it was set up, really crafted succinctly the role of the Commission versus that of the administration. I think we all understand it well from a theoretical perspective, but in the case of the IEC, some of the provisions in our electoral law still actually refers to things like the Commission shall and the Commission will. And as much as with the maturity of the commissioners we've had, past and present, that has not created too much of havoc, I do believe it is still areas that one have to interrogate and that one has to try and correct, be that correction required in law and otherwise in policy and in the role clarification between what the role of the Commission is and what it is that the administration needs to do. I hope that you've been answered, ma'am.
Thank you. Ethical leadership, integrity. What areas do you think needs to be looked into as a commissioner? What is expected of you, and what would you do to the best of your ability? Because I see, being an auditor, most auditors anyway, you focus on issues of quality assurance and compliance most of the time. So what can you bring? Yeah.
It is the mainstay of audit to look at those areas, and one must never forget that within even the definition of what it is that internal auditing is, there is a very strong focus on governance. And one can never talk about governance without talking about ethics and culture. Now, in the position of Commissioner, of course, with all the recommendations we may have made in the past in this space, it's now about saying, okay, how do you actually bring that to bear? Ethical leadership, I think we don't have to define, but certainly it calls on those charged with governance to lead in a way that's going to stand beyond reproach. I think as human beings, one of the first things one always have to guard against in a position of leadership is that you need to keep your ego in check. I think one has to always remember that as human beings, in our constitution, it is required that we respect each other's dignity, that we always remember to not impair people's dignity, and in the way that you take those very tough decisions that may be required of you, you should always not destroy a person. I think those are some of the building blocks that I think one has to always look at areas of enhancement. The IEC has got values that we advance to be transparent and obviously to have ethics and good ethics of that. We have to make sure, though, that that becomes the staying culture, that any of our officials that we wake up at night will be able to tell you and to be able to say to you that there is nothing that they have done that really has brought the organization into disrepute. That kind of response you only get through working at entrenchment and further entrenchment and making it part of the lifeblood of how it is that the organization operates, and how, of course, as the Commission, you're going to drive from a policy level through strategies that you have for implementation of such values. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes or no, do you have ethics policy within the institution?
The IEC has got an ethics committee as well that sits at the Commission's level. And there is a policy, there is work
thanks.
that just
Okay,
a yes.
yeah, thanks. Over to you,
She
Chairperson.
said yes or no.
Okay.
Thank you, Public Protector. Ms. Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, CJ. Thank you and welcome, ma'am. I just want to ask you a question about innovation. I know that, being involved with the Commission since 2007 to date, you more or less know, a lot in terms of how the systems operate as you've been auditing them over the years. But I want to just find out from you as a commission or as a commissioner now, what are other concrete, very high-level strategic issues that you would bring in order to improve the electoral system? And I know that it can't be business as usual. The COVID-19 pandemic has actually showed us that we cannot operate, as usual. So what are the concrete things or high-level recommendations that you can bring, within the Commission just to make sure that, we don't operate as before? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Just on a point of clarity, I understood you to say electoral system, and if that is your question, I want to just say that the electoral system is not determined by the IEC per se, but obviously we implement along and in line with the guidelines and all the parameters of what our electoral system in the country is. But if I then furthermore have to say, how do we improve electoral management and our processes? What are those particular strategies and improvements that I can at a high level suggest that should be looked at going forward, given the disruptors that we've had like COVID-19 and whatever other disruptors may come going forward? I think that already the IEC has made a major breakthrough in having procured the electoral management device that has, in the last election, notwithstanding some of the difficulties we had in its initial implementation, has really come to the rescue, and that particular equipment is assisting that we can really and truly re-engineer processes to make them much more swifter. As much as speed is not really the only thing to consider, transparency remains much more important. But there are other ways that we can look at improving the way that we do things. One of the ways that I would want to suggest quite quickly is that our the fourth industrial revolution is giving us a lot of opportunities. One such thing, if we now understand the country is becoming quite au fait with biometrics. We go to banks, we use them. And in time, if our democracy matures more, I think that with this particular equipment that we have already, it is something that one can look at. It would help us in many ways to speed up how we deal with the process even of registration. So biometrics is an area for us to look at. One of the other things that I would want to suggest is also that we will in time have to particularly look at electronic voting, not voting, counting, sorry, my apologies. Counting is something that I'm always wanting to say that we will not be able to get away from, to look at going electronic there. But I'm rushing to say that it's not something you can just you can just, start at the click of a button. I think that for starters, one would most probably want to have a learning curve, that you would want to do a dual process with manual and also that, to just try and buy confidence in such a process. But certainly the technology is there for us to look at those particular processes that will help us with the fact that the officials become very tired after such long hours. We already have quite a lot of technology involved in how we do the results capturing and all of those kinds of things. But certainly there's also the area of artificial intelligence that is of course coming to the fore more and more. And I do believe that some of the latent potential that we may have in the device will help us with more machine-to-machine kind of ways of looking at the transmission, et cetera, from voting station to wherever we are. So certainly in the area of technology, there's lots of potential.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Very briefly, what is your typical way of dealing with a conflict situation, ma'am?
Conflicts are difficult, but I think one has to stand your ground. Sometimes you have to make tough decisions, and as I've said previously, it is important the way that you communicate those particular decisions. But even before you get to the decision, I think the first responsible thing to do is to give the other views, or to hear those views, to give them opportunity, to take time to reflect on them, given if that is possible, and to really and truly take yourself a step away, consider it from all particular corners and aspects, and then, of course, have a fair way of dealing with how you approach the solution and how you will then communicate it. It's never easy. Personalities are difficult. We are all very emotive. As people, we are emotive, and you can't take that away. But I think being measured and respecting other people will help a long way to be able to diffuse the emotions out of taking those tough decisions and appeal to reason, because within all of us, there sits still those very basic ability to be reasonable as human beings and to relate, your point of view at the level and at the understanding that the person that you are conflicting with will have.
Thank you, Ms. Machibula. Advocate Machola.
Good morning.
Good morning, Advocate Machola.
Welcome. I will have one or two questions only. The first question, of course, is that you have been playing quite an important but supportive role in the IEC. How does that experience qualify you to be now a commissioner? Can you briefly just tell me how you see that experience supporting your role as a commissioner?
Thank you for the question. I think that it does actually put me in a bit of an advantage, because obviously through the years of having worked in the space of assurance and having had to look at the underbelly of the organization, having in that process seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, I really and truly have also been amazed to see the pockets of excellence and the dedication of how officials have gone beyond the call of duty to make elections work and that we can deliver on the mandate. Why that suits me to become a commissioner, in essence, is really because I have seen areas for enhancement, areas of looking at efficiencies, areas of sharpening in the way that the processes can be done that will need most probably finding a meeting of minds with fellow commissioners on ways that we can move forward and how we can be a bit brave in some instances in re-engineering some of the ways that we approach things. But certainly that experience of having to have struggled through coming up with recommendations and to obviously find that middle path has helped to see, how else this can be approached. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that one of the duties and functions of the Commission is to continuously review electoral legislation and proposed electoral legislation and to make recommendations. How has the IEC been doing in that area, number one? Number two, do you think that you can add value to that work of the Commission if you are made a commissioner, and if so, in what way?
Thank you for the question again. I think the IEC has done well. After every election, there is a serious relook at what has worked, what has not has worked. And then, of course, in finding corrective measures, one of the first things one looks at is the legislation. Necessary enhancements of how we can allow the legislation to assist us in getting our work done in easier ways. The IEC has, of course, the latest legislative changes that they had put before Parliament and had put through or had been assisted to get, was to look at how we had in the past defined the areas where the voting district areas, and that has been enhanced to now say that voting may happen in a ward-based boundary, and that has assisted. The Section 24s had previously given us a lot of problems, and we've also used the legislative element to address those. I believe that within the electoral laws it stands, now that the Constitutional Court has also found fault with some aspects of it, for us as a commission going forward, one of the first work will be to maybe have a much more broader re-look at the legislation as it stands, to do more intensive work to look at it more holistically, because there's been a few pocket kind of attempts, based on our experiences to bring a rework, but we are nearing now almost our 30 years in a year or so of democracy in the country, and it would be good for us to relook legislation as it stands.
Well, just on that point, briefly, there have been views that the electoral system itself may need to be looked at. Is it an area that the Commission is mandated to look at also? I heard you say that the IEC doesn't do the electoral system, but it can review legislation.
I think that it is a common cause, of course, that in the last attempt that is still on the table, of course, the changes that was, as I said, the Constitutional Court has required of the legislation. The IECs participated in that particular committee that was put together to relook the electoral system. And in that score, it has made recommendation of how it sees the process, you know, that should recommendations, how it should unfold and so on. And of course, I think that it is a core function of the IEC to want to initiate such reforms, if then such reform is going to ensure that we can continue to have free and fair elections in the country. I don't think we can sit on the sidelines and not, wet our feet in the debate, etc. But the decision of how that electoral system will pan out, of course, is for the lawmakers and the legislature to come to there.
Yes, yours is to recommend, as
That's
the law
correct.
says, yes.
Yeah.
But just finally, I'm interested to know, coming from the discussion you had with Commissioner Matebula, how would you promote cooperation with and between persons, governments, institutions, and so on?
I think it must be almost a key requirement that the Commission per se has to have those very collaborative negotiations on an ongoing basis and a continuous basis. At every sphere of the organization, those are required. For the Commission at their level, they have counterparts that they need to interact with. And in particular, there's other Chapter 9s that make the work of the IEC to become meaningful, that have a share in how the democracy, and not just electoral democracy, is consolidated. So those liaisons remain important. At the level of the Chief Electoral Officer, he has liaisons that he needs to do. Now, those, of course, and within the administration as well, provincially, locally, etc., those liaisons has always been happening. But what I think one has to look at going forward is to have to, as the Commission, say to yourself, we have this vision of being a preeminent electoral management body. What does that mean? How do we do it, and how do we take the country, political parties, and our other stakeholders together with us in this process? Key to how we do our liaisons with political parties is, of course, the formalized political liaison committees and structures. So those work well. But for now, we need to look at refinements, enhancements, and we have to set ourselves targets and also what we want to achieve during the term of the Commission. During the term, for each of the commissioners that bring various skills, one have to set those particular targets to say this is the areas that you will work in, this is what you want to achieve. And within the area of liaison, I think that is very particularly important.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions. Thanks, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of your interview, Ms. Chaplock. Once again, thank you very much for making yourself available. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chief Justice. It was an honor, and thank you for shortlisting me.
Thank you. morning, Mr. Lambani.
Morning, Chief Justice.
Yes, I think the distance is sufficient to enable you to take off the mask for the duration of the interview.
Thank you very much.
How are you this morning?
I am very well.
Okay, all right. I think you and I know each other, but I think we have not seen each other for close to 40 years. Is that correct?
It should be. It should be.
Yes.
We only communicated over the telephones after 1984 or 83.
Yes, we were at university together, but I think you were one class or two classes ahead of me, if I'm not mistaken.
It was, I think,
Yes,
1 year.
yes. But I see that you have been quite involved in a lot of things that have enriched your CV. I'm going to just mention that the panelists are people that I think you would be familiar with. The public protector is on my right. Ms. Matebula is on my immediate left. She is the chairperson of the Gender Equality Commission, and Advocate Majola is chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. I will highlight some matters on your CV and ask you a few questions, and then I will allow them to put some questions to you. But we must thank you for availing yourself to be considered for this position. I see that in terms of your academic qualifications, you have a BProc, you have an LLB. BProc you got from the University of Zululand, LLB from the University of Venda, and then you have got 2 master's degrees, one from the University of Wits, and then another one from the University, or Rand Afrikaans University, which is now what, UJ, I think?
That's correct.
Yes. And you have, on top of that, an advanced diploma in company law, which you got from RAU. You have also an advanced diploma in close corporations law, which you got from Rand Afrikaans University. You have risk management and corporate governance. You have a diploma in church ministry.
Yes.
Yes, you have got a Bachelor of Practical Theology as well.
That's correct.
Yes, and you were an attorney from 1990 to 1997. You were then admitted in 1997 as an advocate of the High Court, and that continues up to today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. Well, there was a time when, from 2007 to 2014, you reverted to being an attorney, but you are now you've gone back to being an advocate. You have tasted both sides, being an attorney and an advocate. You have settled on being an advocate.
That's correct.
Yes, but I see also that you have quite some extensive experience with elections as well as with the IEC. From 2001 to 2002, or rather from 1996 to 2001, you were the Chief Director, Legal Services in the IEC's National Office.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And then from 2001 to 2002, you were Senior Manager, HR and Corporate Services at the National Office of the IEC. Is that
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
And you have been Secretary of the Limpopo Legislature for about, 10 years?
That's correct.
More or
10 years,
less.
Yes.
Yes, and you are currently a Director of Legal Affairs at the University of Venda. That was from 2014, and it continues. Is that right?
Yes, up to 2020, then I became the registrar.
You became the registrar.
The registrar of the university.
Okay, are you the registrar now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. And you have a long list of involvement in leadership roles. I won't go through all of it, but some of it involves you being chairperson of the audit committees of the Vembe District Municipality, shared services, and being a member of the audit committee of the Vembe District Municipality Shared Services 2015 to 2018, member of the advisory board for arts and culture. You have quite a number of entities in which you have been involved in a leadership position. Is that
That's
right?
correct, Chair.
Okay. Now, you, having been involved in the IEC, I'm sure you are aware of the legislation that governs the IEC and elections.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yes, okay. What have you identified as important challenges that the IEC needs to deal with if it is to continue to give us as South Africans free and fair elections? In other words, things that it really needs to keep an eye on if it wants to make sure that the elections that it gives us continue to be free and fair.
Thank you, Chair. One will be influenced by what is happening on the ground, though there might have not been serious problems then until somebody raises it up. But I think the IEC is even addressing that it's a question of reaching some form of agreement with whatever authorities could be. The issues of the capturing of addresses when they prepare the voters' roll.
Can you use the, sorry, the mic, yeah.
Yes, the problem of the addresses in maintaining the voters' roll, registering people into the common voters' roll. That requirement may create a serious problem, but it is all a question of some understanding, in the sense that the setup in the country is so sparse to such an extent that certain areas it becomes a little bit difficult to establish your real residential physical address. For example, in most rural areas, though now people do have stands or sites allocated to them, even in those rural areas with numbers. But when you come to the urban areas where you have a lot of shacks, though these days some are being numbered and streets are being established in those areas, it may be an easy issue for now, but it has been a difficult matter. But I think the IEC presently has been working on that matter. It's a question of understanding what is it we have to do in order to have residential addresses, because there are other institutions which are assisting, like when you open up bank accounts, they want your physical address. So that has been a problem, but I think it's being addressed. The other issue which comes to mind is the issue of the party funding, which is also an issue that has been on the media, and it is received differently by political parties participating in the elections. To some it is beneficial, to some it may be seen as an impediment. The requirement that they must disclose their source of donations, and the limitations that are also put in place, and the problems for the IEC, which for now may not have been raised, but it may come, It's just that the Act talks of political party funding and party represented in the legislatures, national, provincial. And for now, we have the issue that they must also allow independent candidates who wouldn't be coming from parties, who would also be expected to benefit or to have the access to perform whatever a political party would do in order to promote electoral democracy, in order to ensure that you are known by those people who must vote for you. When political parties would be receiving funds, and independent candidate may also require to receive whatever the funds the other parties are being empowered with, though the funds are coming to those who are already represented within the legislature. So those are some of the issues which one foresees. And the issue of the involvement with the party liaison committees at a national, provincial, and municipal levels, it's always based on parties, the membership thereof. But when you engage also with independents, then some mechanism needs to be put in place on how then should those also be consulted, because that is a way of trying to reduce any conflicts within the IEC itself and those who are participating in the elections. Those are some of the things one can think of.
Thank you. What do you think the IEC should do to make it cool for the youth to go to polling stations and vote during elections?
It's a lot of democracy education, outreach programs, and engaging also peer groups, also involvement of the youth in your democracy outreach programs. The way they communicate or educate, if they involve the youth in the process, those who are qualifying to vote, in order to win over the other, who may be reluctant or complacent to participate in the elections, I think it may have an impact. And also to ensure that electoral processes are being promoted from as early as secondary schools and all, not only waiting for those who would be qualifying from 18 years and above, but to ensure that it is something, it's a lively thing, even at secondary and primary school, to teach electoral processes so that they understand what is happening, to instill the feeling to the youth. It's a lot of engaging the youth in order to get the youth to be engaged.
Thank you. I will now allow members of the panel to put questions to you, and I'll start with the public protector.
Good morning, Advocate Lambani.
Morning.
Thank you for availing yourself. Mine relates to the issues of strategic management and strategies which you've put in place in your area of work, or what you'd improve and bring to the commission, because I see you worked at the commission as the chief director in the past, and now you are at the University of Venda, and you are also practicing, I take. So what strategies would you put in place to make sure that the IEC performs and the IEC is leading in good governance issues? So just give us ideas and inputs which you can put in place.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, working in various institutions has given me much more access to other better implementable strategies. In the legislative sector, we always had your performance plans, your work plan, which is also the same with regard to the universities where I'm involved in. And we always have to plan what needs to be done over a year to cover all the activities that need to be done. And I know that at the IEC, they had always operated in terms of, also in terms of an operational plan, but mostly focusing on project management systems, processes. I also even got trained in that area whilst I was still at the IEC. So whatever needs to be done over a year, it's always planned in advance and monitored on the success thereof. If people are still adhering or having to review if circumstances changed and no longer require that particular activity to be done the way they had planned. So one will bring in all these experiences in order to monitor performance and also to ensure that indeed there is a work plan for each and every staff member with regard to that which has been budgeted to be done over a period of a year, because I think the budget follows the activities and the activities follows the budget. So there must always be a plan that one must look after.
So what successes or what projects have you done yourself which you think puts you in a position where you'll maintain that, and so that there's performance and there's good governance within the IEC?
Within the IEC, the successes, it's indeed history. I was, firstly, when I was still the Director of Legal Services, I assisted a lot with regard to the cooperation that now exists between the IEC and traditional leadership. I was moving from one area to another, meeting with the traditional leaders, explaining the whole electoral processes, the code of conduct, and how to ensure that there is a conducive environment for free and fair electioneering, the campaigns and all. And I was able to liaise with a number of political parties then. I used to be sent to the provinces in order to make those addresses to political parties and also to traditional leaders. I think I had succeeded a lot in that area. And we also had to do a lot of outreach programs. I was also engaged with the democracy development at that time, wherein we had to go to schools and also explain the electoral processes, and also even to church bodies. We used to go and do those. And even a number of legislatures, I was invited or sometimes sent by the Electoral Commission to go and do voter education programs on behalf of another unit which was then called democracy development.
Thank you. On the issue of ethical leadership and integrity, where you are currently based, do you have any ethics policy, ethics committee, and in short, indicate to us, you appeared before, I think, the portfolio committee relating to the issue of Professor Mbati, the increments he incurred and all those. When it comes to issues of ethics, how do you think you have fared, being the person responsible for legal services within the University of Venda, as far as that matter is concerned?
Thank you very much, Member, on that one. We have a code of ethics for the university, which code is applicable to all the staff members, and we also have a code of ethics that is applicable to all members of the council of the university. And with regard specifically to the appearances before the portfolio committee on that issue, we were being called like an interested party, not so much directly involved because it had to do with the issues of whether Prof. Mbati is fit to occupy a position at Sefako Mahato University, and that historically he was our Vice Chancellor and Principal at the University of Venda. We did appear before the Portfolio Committee on Education and Innovation and made our submissions. It had to do a lot with our policies, which were properly explained. And even now, wherever they had found that there were some gaps within the policies, much more on sexual harassment policies, those are the issues which they recommended we must improve. And such improvement has already been taken care of. So on ethics, we have in council, all members of the council do have to sign the code of conduct, and myself as secretary to council, being registrar, you are also secretary to council. I'm also having that responsibility to ensure that members do not behave unethically, and if they don't report each other, I'm the one to pick it up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Public Protector. Ms. Matebula.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lambani, and welcome. I think particularly the last question asked by the Public Protector is of interest to the Gender Commission. I know that we've been following on the case, and you've just spoken about the sexual harassment policies that are in place. It would be something that we can talk about outside this meeting, but I think it's an interesting area for us as well. My questions to you are around innovation. I just want to find out from you whether if you could be a successful candidate, how would you deal with issues of innovations? Or what mechanisms can you put in place to improve the electoral processes even during times of disaster, force majeure situations? How would you make sure that you maneuver until the elections take place? So last year we had elections. We were not too sure whether we should or we shouldn't have, but elections did take place during a lockdown period. So how would you improve, the processes of elections during force majeure situations, but also just in general, given the technology, given the fact that there should be early warning signs? How would you deal with that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You have assisted me when you mentioned technology. I think indeed one has to be innovative. We have been able to run elections at university levels. It's something that one definitely will have to think about, and collectively with others work out mechanisms how to run elections in the future. We had elections which never required people to be physically present at a voting station, where they had to vote electronically. And I think as we move on with the development of technology, that is also possible, that people can simply vote while sitting at home. It's a way of ensuring that indeed it will be a person who is appearing in the voter's roll, who's actually voting, and there could be mechanism of verifying that indeed it's not a different person other than the person who's registered as a voter. I think the systems, it's improving and showing clearly that we can do all things even from any other place wherever we are. At a particular time, we once observed elections in the US, which is very rare for an African to be invited to observe US elections. But I was with the IEC, wherein we understood even the voter registration for them. They don't have the forms of the IDs which we have, which you could easily register as a voter whilst you are taking your driver's license. And you could easily vote because it was electronical, and also you would not need many assistants or the presence of many people, because you would only simply put in your ballot paper into a particular machine, which would be identifiable with you, and if it is spoiled, it would also be spoiled but for that particular voter. So there are so many things that one can innovatively consider together with all others and those who are very much experts in the technical field to develop those kind of systems, so that when we are faced with this kind of force majeure, people still continue with their voting.
Thank you very much. Quickly tell us how, or tell us about the time when you help resolve a dispute between others. Typical way when a dispute arises, how have you dealt with a dispute? You can give an example.
I can only think of disputes with regard to the elections, but with regard to my work, presently, it's not so easy, because being the Director of Legal Services, my work was to try and resolve disputes which may not be considered like dispute between two parties. It's like a dispute between an institution and an individual, where you find that you are somehow over and above the individual you are dealing with. It's not like an equal party situation. But when we were in the Electoral Commission, we had disputes which we were engaged in. For an example, where you find that in Limpopo, it was still the Northern Transvaal when I was there, we had parties that alleged that other parties disrupted another party's campaign, and they could only identify the other party by the T-shirts which were worn by the people who disrupted their campaigning meeting. And we were able to investigate and bring the parties together, and also try and show that it was at that time highly impossible for a party, knowing very well the consequences of doing such an action, the contraventions thereof, that they would do it openly with the T-shirts of their party, which they would want their party to be seen to be occupying a high moral ground. We were able to convince the parties that that was actually acted upon, and bringing the parties together and sort of conciliating and mediating between, we were able to bring peace into that situation. And the parties understood that these were other forces or elements, and not that a person could easily show off his party doing a wrong thing to another party, knowing very well the consequences. But we had to employ a number of strategies of mediation in the process.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Ms. Machabula. Advocate Majola.
Good morning, Mr. Lambani.
Morning.
Mr. Registrar. My questions are going just to follow on some of the questions that were raised. The first one, though, is a question of importance now that you're talking about dispute and so on. And I'd like to know how would you promote cooperation, you know, with or between persons and institutions and government and so on? What would you do to, you know, to do that? And at the same time, you spoke about voter education, and it clicked in my mind that, by the way, the South African Human Rights Commission has to protect all the rights in the Bill of Rights. And what do you think are opportunities for cooperation between the two? In other words, how would you promote, you know, cooperation, but also practically with this case, what do you think could be done? Is it either the IEC should deal with voting rights, or would there be cooperation, and if so, how? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Cooperation between the various institutions, and I think they are all clubbed together as institutions to promote democracy, strengthen democracy. I believe they must definitely work together. Most specifically, the Human Rights Commission and the IEC, the voter education processes on the Bill of Rights, it's both of their responsibilities. The electoral process, it's also an issue of the Bill of Rights in terms of section, even from the section 1 up to section 19 of the Constitution. And you would expect that in all the programs that the IEC is engaged in, which are voter education, the HRC should also be engaged, or they could find ways or mechanism of going together into those kind of activities if time allows. The same also with the Gender Commission. The work of all these institutions are interrelated. The same with the Public Protector. The activities also are involving issues of the Bill of Rights, and one would expect a cooperative working relationship. And on the issue of how to bring parties together, one would indeed emphasize again on voter education, and also trying to speak to the parties together at the same time, so that you are not being seen to be too partisan. If it is the IEC should find a mechanism of addressing the parties being together. For now, they also have the party liaising committees, wherein I also indicated right at the beginning the difficulties where you have now to engage also the independent candidates. Through that party liaising committees, they are able to bring cooperation between all the participating parties in an election, and think that works very well, but they will have to find a mechanism of how to get the other independent candidates involved in nearly the same kind of structures for cooperative working.
Thank you, sir. My next question relates to what you said earlier in the beginning of the interview when you were talking about the challenges for the IEC. You mentioned party funding. Party funding is a challenge for parties, but you also said that it's a challenge for the IEC. And it was not very clear in what way is party funding a challenge for the IEC itself. Could you explain?
Thank you very much for that. It's what I've seen as a challenge, in that the IEC is given the responsibility to manage the party funding. The IEC is also given the responsibility to monitor the reporting by the parties of the donations that they receive, to me, it creates a challenge for the IEC. How do you monitor? Are you going to rely on whistleblowing, or are you going to rely on what they simply tell you? And once you get engaged in those kind of investigations where you hear from other parties that another party received monies from the other party or from government agencies, which is against the law, or from foreign government, which is against the law, or agencies, how do you investigate, and is it going to require the IEC to, in the long run, set up another unit to do certain investigations in order to be able to manage the whole process that is being brought about by the Political Party Funding Act? Those are some of the challenges that one can foresee. However, for now, the challenges are simply the allocation and the receiving the reports from the parties on any donations that are being given to them above the threshold. And I don't think it is so easy, but it will be managed as they move on. People will get used to it and find it much more simpler as we move on. But for now, I think it may create some much more challenges.
What experience do you have in reviewing legislation, rules, and making recommendations on that?
Yes, when I was with the IEC, not trying to put myself forward as one of those best people, we were working with many others. The Electoral Act, when it was passed, I was the one, together with Justice Krichler and certain Mr. van der Merwe, who were advocating for its passing at the portfolio committees in Parliament. When the Municipal Electoral Act was passed, I was the one who used to go to Parliament in order to assist to ensure that indeed it is being passed. And we were also responsible for the drafting of the regulations for the Electoral Act, and also to review the Act where it's necessary in order to come up with recommendations to Parliament in order to make certain amendments. And also, from time to time, we had to review some of the regulations. If certain things are introduced either by the courts or from the Parliament itself, we were forced to review the regulations governing the elections. So I had that kind of experience.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lambani. We have come to the end of your interview. You are now excused. You will hear in one way or another about the outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice.
Good morning, Ms. Maharaj. Thank you very much. Thank you. How are you feeling this morning?
A little bit nervous, but yes, other than that, better.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
No, I can assure you we won't do anything that makes you feel more nervous than you already are.
Yes.
You probably know all the members of the panel. On my right, I have the public protector. And then to my immediate left is Ms. Matebula, the chairperson of the Gender Equality Commission, and Advocate Majola, the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission.
Yes,
Okay.
I have interacted with all of them at some point in my career to date.
Yes, yes. No, that's good. I'm going to just highlight some features of your CV, and then I'll ask you 2 or 3 questions, and then I will allow members of the panel to put questions to you. But I must start by thanking you for availing yourself to be considered for this position. We appreciate you making yourself available. I see that in terms of your academic qualifications, you have a BProc degree from UKZN as well as an LLB degree from the same university. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, and you are also an accredited mediator with the Department of Justice.
Correct.
Yes,
Yes.
and you have attended judicial skills training.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You have experience that involves you being company secretary and legal advisor to the Tshwane Housing Company, and you're a panel member of the National Intellectual Property Management Office, and you are an examiner, or you are still an examiner and moderator with the Legal Practice Council.
Correct.
Yes, and you are a branch secretary of NADER.
Yes, I am.
Yes, but you are also a lecturer at VETS.
Part-time, yes.
Part-time
to
lecturer.
the lead.
Yes, yes. Otherwise, you have been a practicing attorney from 2001.
Yes.
That's about 21 years or so.
22 years.
22
11th
years.
of Feb. 22 years, yes.
Yes. Is it correct to say your CV doesn't reflect any particular previous experience with organizing elections as such?
No, except that in the initial election from 1992 to 1994 at university, we worked very closely with the IEC as students campaigning for the election, democracy, worked with Professor Kati Govender as well as, the various professors at the time.
Yes.
Professor Mason and
Yes.
so on, yes.
Okay, no, that's all right. You have quite a number of other bodies in which you have been involved, including being chairperson of the Audit Committee, Pangseta, and chairperson of the Group Audit Committee, City of Johannesburg. You have been a Risk Committee chair and Audit Committee member, and member of EXCO, University of Venda. So, do you know the candidate that we just interviewed?
Yes, I do. He's my legal advisor. I'm the external risk chair.
All
yes.
right. What are the challenges that you have identified that the IEC needs to keep an eye on if it is to make sure that the elections that it delivers continue to be free and fair in this country?
Well, firstly, I must say I'm privy to the judgment that just came out in the Northwest Court relating to the ballot paper issue and the counting issue. So I think that we obviously, if I had to be appointed into the post, would have to keep a very close eye on the counting issues and the numerical sequences, and making sure that we double check those very important figures that allocate seats to the various political parties. So I'll start with that. Was the most recent judgment that I saw, Chair. And so I think the issue of IT is our biggest challenge at the moment. From my CV, you'll see various institutions. I mean, I have chaired and still chair a number of audit committees. And I think our biggest challenge right now is the IT. The backup, the data protection, the hackers, but most importantly, even the issue, I mean, the current IEC has challenges on its risk relating to even load shedding and how it impacts on our backup support and the IT issues. So I think for me, one of the biggest challenges here is the IT infrastructure, making sure that not only do we have the framework and the implementation of it, but most importantly, are we checking that it actually works from time to time? I wouldn't want to mention anything about government printing, but we all know, even City of Joburg, we've had so many hackers and issues, even the banks now, and everybody being held to ransom. So for me, I think that's one of the challenges, is our IT, and making sure that whoever we appoint, to do the counting, we double check. So the double checking of that. One of the other challenges I saw at when I perused in preparation for today, the annual report, would be things that we haven't properly implemented in terms of, for example, the electoral operations issue and the cooperative relationships between the political parties.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Ms. Maharachi. Do you want to pull the mic closer to you?
Yes.
I think, your
Okay.
your
Can you
voice
hear
is
me now?
soft. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
my apology. Yes. So for me, the challenges at IEC would be. Do you want me to repeat this, or from the last part?
I'm just
the-
looking at my panelists.
Yes.
Do you want
Okay.
to
All right.
repeat?
So
Okay, yes, please.
Yes,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
in the area of particularly our engagements on electoral operations, the engagements with political parties and so on, if you see the IEC's performance, they've had a 33% in relation to that. So I think that is a challenge, something that we need to look at. Obviously, getting the other 11,000 voters to come on board that are eligible and to register them. So I'm sure, although from the recent annual report, you can see that the registration and the address issue has been sort of, improved, but I think we can really improve in that aspect as well. Better training in terms of all our voting districts of the staff. There's been a number of trained staff. I think it's 852. But, there's always the area of improvement in respect of training. Then, of course, now, the Constitutional Court judgment in relation to the amendments. A number of things affecting, I think, all entities, not only the IEC, would be now the Constitutional Court ruling on the BEE issues, and so on. And that affects our business continuity, tenders, and so on. And then curbing irregular expenditure, as you well know. Although we get clean audits, that doesn't mean that everything is clean. It just means your financials are prepared well, in terms of audit. So I don't know how long I have, but I can go on.
You don't have too long.
Yes.
And what do you think the IEC should do to attract more young people to vote,
Yes.
to go and vote?
So yes, I know, one of the big things for me, Chair, is our youth. I think they are the future of our country, and we need to obviously take it up at the university level, the school levels, the principals, when they're turning 18, work very closely with Department of Home Affairs. We currently do, but I'm talking about more education, give the benefits of why you should vote and the importance of it. As soon as you get an ID, we should start getting all the information from there and say, well, this is the voter's role, this is why it's important, and maybe even have a course at school, about South Africa, our history and everything. But, when I look at currently, my daughter brings her books home, I think we just need to add maybe even a voluntary subject to educate our youngsters on why it's so important to be part of South Africa, to vote, what that X means, the diversity, the culture, and the diversity of various parties, that you can educate on what each party does, what's their relevance, what's their constitution, and more importantly, why you should be part of this.
Thank you. I will now allow panelists to put questions to you, and I'll start with the public protector.
Ms. Maharaj, thank you so much for agreeing to this interview. Yes, by way of examples, just indicate what strategies did you put in your work environment, which, even if it's projects which you had to, do, and the outcomes and the successes. I like what you say, that having a clean audit just means that you have managed to report properly on your finances, but it doesn't relate to sometimes to performance. Yes. So how would you make sure that when you are at the IEC, you help the commissions to oversee the administration, the accounting officer, that whatever they are doing and whatever strategies which are there, they are in such a way that even if there's a clean audit, but then that is then also improving the performance and clean governance.
Okay, I'll start, Advocate, with projects. So fortunately, I've been involved in many, so I don't know how much of time I have, and you'll then stop me.
No,
when
you can just give us one.
Okay, just one.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just relate to, I don't know, I think Chief Justice doesn't know that I'm also an accredited, used to be an accredited training provider with the SACITA, and so project management is part of that. So what did we do in terms of ensuring, so I used it when I was chairing City of Joburg, where we had to make recommendations to Treasury with regards to setting up the disciplinary board. So it was one of my brainchild storming issues, and it was something, a repeat finding from AG. So the strategy we imposed, most importantly, is stakeholder engagement and research. So for me, you cannot put together a strategy if you don't know exactly the research and what it must actually do. So we had to engage. At the time, budget was a problem, so we had to have our teams meetings with Durban and all other institutes. Draft, what would be the concepts of the disciplinary board, who would then fall into the category, what would be the chairs, the independent people, who should we, how should we advertise this, who should we consider, what would be the criteria, and so on. And eventually, as you well know, we've recently set up, of course, I'm no longer part of City of Joburg, but they've recently implemented the disciplinary board. So the consequences of our hard work then emanated now in, obviously, the success. And I think what is important there is also the other thing that we learned there was not only do we work strongly with audit committees, but we should also look at the loss committees. And investigation of the irregular, wasteful, expenditure, and who should we get, the independent. We shouldn't have people who are part of the entity now investigating themselves and how we go about doing it. So those were some of the strategies that I was involved in, successfully implemented, and consequence being consequence management now.
Thank you. On issues of ethical leadership,
yes.
Within you are currently the director of Maharaj Attorneys.
Yes.
Do you have an ethics policy, ethics committee? How would you make sure that as the commissioner you act ethically, and what is expected of you if you are there to make sure that you lead by example, the way you conduct yourself?
Yes, so ethics for me is very important. From my CV, you will note that I chair a number of ethics committees, so ethics governance committees. So I chair the one at Agricultural Research Council, and I also am part of other entities, which you will see. What is important is I've also done my own training manual in respect of ethics. I've looked at the global climate change and all the things that we have to do in relation to labor, the best practice in relation to risk management. I am a risk committee member of IRMSA, so you will see that. And for me, governance is critical. When I was with LPC for free, I uploaded my own little manual in relation to skills development and how it can work for you as a practitioner. And yes, in my firm, I implement that. So prior to Ishana Incorporated, I used to run NMAR Raj attorneys as a sole practitioner. And therein we have, yes, also our governance and ethical policies. Now, when we're doing tenders and we're doing work, and in particular on my SOEs where I serve as an independent NED, what is critical there is making sure that education is important in relation to ethics, what it is that we do. And, you know, I think AG has taught me very well when it comes to what we would call the CART scan, you know, making sure that everybody discloses, but you can fill in a disclosure, but who actually checks what it is that you disclosed? Is there rotation in terms of those things? And education in terms of the whistleblowing is also very important. Now, when it comes to you as ethics, the question for me was, well, who is going to investigate this? Because investigations and forensics, as you'll see, that's my other area of expertise. Who's actually doing these investigations? How much does it cost the taxpayer, actually? And so this is the idea of the loss control committee. So I was saying you need the independent people to look into the ethical conduct and whether there's merits or demerits to the complaints. So for me, integrity is important, and impartiality is even more. And you have to stand firm as an ethics chairperson. There are no friends in an entity. We're all here to do our job. Yes, we must be courteous and professional to each other, but if something is wrong, well, if factually wrong, then we need to mitigate it, deal with the risk, and manage it. If we can't manage it, then consequence management and deal with the rest of it. So I hope I've answered you, Advocate.
Thank you. There's an interesting point if you answer Commissioner Madla relating to the risks, the blackouts, when she's asking her question, and indicate what mitigating factors you can put into consideration. Let me allow, yes, Chairperson, back to you.
Thank you very much. Before I let Ms. Matebula ask her questions, did I hear you say integrity is important, but impartiality more important?
No, they're equally important.
Okay,
no, they're equally important.
Okay.
They serve together. No, my apology if I was misunderstood
Okay,
there.
all right.
Accountability is also in that same, yes, and transparency.
Yes.
So they're all equal, same pillars.
Yes, Ms. Matebula will put her questions to you now.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome, Ms. Maharaj. One, you know, you've said quite a lot under challenges, you know, and you identified, you know, IT infrastructure is one of them, engagements with political parties, you know, being another one. I just want to ask a question to you regarding, you know, practical, innovative ways of, you know, how you can improve you know, the system and improve the management of the elections during disaster times. For an example, you will, you know, note that in 2021, November, we had elections under extreme difficult situations with COVID-19 lockdown periods. Yes. And I just want to find out, moving forward, should we be experiencing these, you know, blackouts, you know, the order of the day? How would you, as a commissioner, put in place, you know, innovative mechanisms that will ensure that, you know, irrespective of, you know, disaster issues, you know, challenges that we currently face as a country, we still have, you know, elections taking place? Thanks.
Yes. Firstly, I think I'm going to sign an MOU with the ESCOM and the board of the CEO that when we announce the relevant dates, you make sure you're up to scratch and you give us the support we need, because the one thing we lack sometimes in SOEs is the intergovernmental support with each other. And sometimes we have duplication of functions. And if we have a better working relationship with each other, I think that will work first. Secondly, I think practically, A lot of us have resorted to inverters now. Inverters like batteries, you know, and I've learned from experience to not go with gel, go with German and stick to it. Hopefully we start producing our own batteries in South Africa, but stick with good batteries and good quality and look at the SABC approved products. SABS approved products. And then, yes, so how will we make sure IT is backed up, right? So obviously you need electricity for things to work, and you need backup for things to work. So, for example, a critical thing like our voters' roll, as you all know, we had some little bit of hiccups as IEC in terms of the voters' roll, the document versus the card and the scanning and all of that. And I'm glad to see that when I did my research, we have now the new devices that can help. So we must make sure that all the information is stored. A week before at least, we must double check that everything is backed up somewhere else, that if we have this glitch, how much of power do we have to make sure that we can run for a 24-hour period at least, you know? So the inverters do work up to 8 hours, and depending on the quality and the number, it can go up to even 2 days. Of course, then solar, I think you know, is also another option. And for me, I will basically then try to avert this disaster issue if there is power outages and so on, or whatever, even blowouts, whatever the problem is, that we still have things lit up firstly to see, using our solar systems as well as our inverter systems, and then have other persons. So you know the best thing to mitigate risk is to have a division and segregation. And so we must have 2 people or 3 people at each station having the backup. And we must be able to communicate from, if it's 1,000 stations, example, with each other, that if I need something there, you are nearby in the other voter district to bring to me so that we can alleviate this fear factor and risk. So for me, it's having the opportunity to make sure that we've looked at the risk, we've mitigated it, and we have backup to deal with it. I hope I've covered that question, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maharaj. The second question from me is around conflict management. How do you handle conflict, you know, with people you supervise, but also, you know, disputes that has arisen, you know, from either internally or external stakeholders? You can just give one example.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I think as chair of audit comms, various audit comms that I've handled, you're always going to have issues with regards to the management letter and all.
Of the board. Okay. From 2012 to 2015, you served as special projects advisor to the then president.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, Jacob Zuma.
And you were the CEO of, is it New Labor Management Consulting?
Yes, that's correct.
And from 1998 to 2001, you were Deputy Chief Electoral Officer of the IEC?
That's true.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, thank you very much, Mr. Mashinini. I will now...
Chief Justice, if I may
yes.
say, they've also skipped one.
Yes.
That between 2001 and I was the Chief Executive Officer of Kunu Mashinini.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now allow members of the panel to put questions to you, and I will start with the public protector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mashinini.
Good afternoon, Pipi.
Thank you for availing yourself for this interview. What would you do differently now as the commissioner if you are re-elected, especially on issues of strategic management and how the institution performs as the executive authority of that institution overseeing the accounting officer and the administration? What would you do best or differently?
Thank you, Advocate Mkhwebane. I think one perhaps is in a more fortunate position, in the sense that when one came on board in the commission, one came at a period when there was a strategic plan, which was 2013 to 2018, which was done by my predecessors. And we came on board, and in the 7 years that one has been in, we saw through that strat plan. But in the period we made a transition, where now we are sitting with our 2020 to 2025 strat plan. Now, I wouldn't do anything different. I would actually make sure that we put the foot on the pedal, because I do believe that the 2020 to 2025 plan is actually what's best for the institution. It has the buy-in of all our colleagues, the commissioner level, as well at the administration level. Just to give a sense of a flavor of what really that, we reviewed and looked at the dynamics that face the institution. And among those things was the issues around the legal and, and regulations. And we look at the ICT advancements and say, what does that mean for an electoral management body? We then came up with 4 strategic priorities that we put on the table, which included a number of things such as our social media. The number of the priorities was to strengthen the institution and to continue to deliver free and fair elections with a minimum possibility of those particular elections being overturned by the courts. And the other thing, we also embrace and made a transition in the additional new mandate that we receive, which is that of political party funding. And this is to enhance the transparency about who is funding our political parties, where is the money coming from, and that's really one of the strong components. And the other one is the issue of that the elections are about the constituents and the people in the country. On the other side, about the contestants, that is the political parties. We're trying to now strengthen the recalibration that brings in greater emphasis that we need to put people first. Political parties are contestants, yes. We've got the political liaison systems and mechanism, but we've identified that this is the area that we need to do it. And doing this cost effectively and doing this in partnership with the key strategic institutions, both nationally, internationally, and in the domestic environment, including business, including Chapter 9, 10, and 14 institutions, and this also includes bringing in business, the SOEs, in partnership to ensure that the elections are not about the institution as an individual. The elections are a national exercise. The institution is just honored and entrusted to be able to give the receptive ball of the national efforts in as far as ensuring that the democracy of our country is sustained in line with our constitution, in line with the rule of law, and that's really largely for me what one says needs to be continued.
Thank you. And on the issue of ethical leadership and integrity, what would you do to make sure that IEC commissioners are doing their work transparently, accountably, and as part of the commission, you also hold the accounting executive or accounting officer and the team to account, but as well amongst yourself. So what would you say about the issues of ethical leadership? And do you think when you were still the chairperson, you dealt with properly on issues of the concerns by political parties that there were some issues of inefficiencies in the system, the very same system which has been introduced during the local government elections, and as well the issues of interfering, because I hear you saying the electronic system, there's no human interference, but I think they also depend on input. Whatever is inputted is whatever will be the outcome of that process. So making sure that the integrity and ethics are the key in whatever you do.
Thank you, Advocate. In fact, in my preparation, the issue was put this way, was what characterized this period? And it needs to be measured against what we found. The 7 years was characterized, among other achievements, it was characterized by distinguished success, which included in its embedded in improving governance ethics in the institution. And this is no longer debatable. As we speak, the Electoral Commission has, for the first time after many years, delivered its activities and achieved the Auditor General clean audit. I say that because in the background we came from, that was very elusive. And we had to work very hard. And in that process, we then strengthened the governance. We brought in discipline, we brought in structure, we ensured that there are clear commission subcommittees through which, as a receptive ball, administration can now channel for decision making, while also being sensitive to that we need to delineate what is operational, what is strategic, leaving administration free to be in a position to run with the execution and implementation of issues, while at the same time the commissioners are in a position to exercise optimally the oversight over the institution without each tripping on the other. And so that's part of what has been accomplished. And one of my favorite sayings is that we as an institution only have one currency, and that currency is the ethics and the integrity. And we lose that, then the whole thing is going to plunge. So we're remaining vigilant as an institution and as a leadership collectively in ensuring that on a daily basis that happens. Among the things I had to do, I actually chaired the subcommittee on risk and finances, precisely because we had challenges in the previous administration with the procurement that we hope then will enable us to do the job that is expected of us. Now, on the operational side, in terms of our systems and everything, this is an ongoing activity in terms of looking at the actual systems themselves, that they do not compromise. Ultimately, they do not compromise that we should deliver credible elections. Now, since industrial revolution, we've always known that human race has relied on technology to advance, but technology brings with it, pros and cons. The issue is being in a position to be on top of it and make sure we marshal the institution. And what we're saying is, the golden age of the IEC with the zip machines and all of those things is gone. The situation is now much more robust, and politically, the margin of error is no longer tolerable, because a difference of 5 votes can indicate whether office is shifted from one party to the other. Whereas before, in the golden age period, there was a big gap. And so this has pushed that the institution must actually get on top of that. And we've been looking and examining, the best practices around the world, and indications is that you're minimizing the dependency on human factor, but there will always be human factor. I don't think we've reached the level of Ian that we'll be talking about cars that can drive themselves and so on and so forth. But definitely, what we're seeing is that the people do make errors, and the political environment is very punishing, including our fourth estate, the media. At one stage, we talked about the possibilities of that people have voted more than twice. We were certain that that didn't happen. But at the same time, we didn't sit on our laurels. That's why we came up with the VMD, which today has taken us to the next level. But we are saying it's not yet over. When people are coming and casting the ballots, we need a quicker way, people to be staying there until early hours of the morning. There's fatigue, and at some stages, others, teachers said, hey, tomorrow we're going to the school. They came and left boxes in our offices in Gauteng. Whereas in other countries we've examined now, within 2-3 hours, the results are known. So what is stopping us? We were in the forefront. We won the Smithsonian Award as the first country to come up with usage of technology to advance mankind in Washington. And so we need to go back into that kind of drive. And we have the capability. There's abundance of talent in the institution, Chief Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And thank you, Public Protector. Ms. Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Welcome, Mr. Mashinini.
Thank you.
I think with regards to my question, I think you have touched on just a few issues that are around, bringing change in the institution. Earlier on, you talked about imminent electoral management, and you also said that there would be other methodologies that need to be adopted. So I just want to find out from you, how would you strategically position the Commission now to respond and deliver to free and fair elections moving forward, so that we don't do business as usual, particularly in times of disasters? I think we have learned some lessons last year when we had to deliver elections during COVID-19 pandemic in the country, but also some of the things that we are currently faced with in the country, and I think they will be here for some time, issues of power outages, and these are the things that we experienced last year, November. I know that I was part of the people that were moving, and observing in different voting stations. There were no electricities. People were not able to actually, count after hours. How do we make sure that, we put some innovative mechanisms moving forward to actually be able to deliver free and fair elections? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you'll be proud to see that the Electoral Commission is in South Africa. It's a South African entity. The landscape in terms of resources is the same to every institution. And we are all circumscribed ultimately by the resources available from the fiscus. But I'm saying, Chief Justice, we'll be proud in that we now speak of an institution that one can describe as battle-tested. Our emergence from these local government elections during the COVID has distinguished this institution to a point whereby a number of advances have been accomplished or achieved. In fact, in the last 7 years, one being in part of the team, there are a number of things. Among those things, we've drawn a lot from our technology. We now have a capability which is a program project management dashboard, and it actually gives and enables the management and the Commission to be in a position to see all the plans electronically and see their rollout just in time. And that is one of the, what I call the kill, the secret kill that keeps that institution on course. But over and above that, a number of technologies have been brought in. We now are capable of conducting e-recruitment. We are capable of conducting e-training. Now, to understand that capability, we need to understand the expansiveness of the environment. We've got 9 provinces, and we've got over 250 municipalities, where we need to make sure that people are trained, and are trained in a very short space of time, and be deployed. And this is where the technology came, and even under COVID, we were able to to train people under those trying and difficult conditions. We also mounted and we've introduced the e-voting, which now can reach our young people in every corner, in their social media and everywhere. That's part of what we've done. And above that, 2 critical things. We need to compile, that's an imperative constitutional, compile what you call a voter's roll to ensure a universal suffrage. Secondly, there is the imperative that we must ensure that there's a multi-party democracy in the country. Now, the registration of both the voters, and we now can do it online. We don't have to have queues if there's COVID and all of those things. So these are some of the advances that had been done in ensuring that we improve. Hence, I want to repeat, I said, the soft belly now is there in the voting station. Who is counting and who is tallying those particular results? And that's where errors and mistakes are coming from. You look at some of the recent court challenges have emanated, yes, in other areas, but by and large, there's been question of the counting and so on and so forth. And so that's really what one can say in response about the question, given the time we have, Chief Justice.
One last question from me, very quickly. Tell us about, how you've been dealing with disputes. Perhaps if you can just give us an example, because I know that, elections are highly contested. There are disputes that arise during and after the results. So how have you been dealing with those? Thanks.
What we have is that there are sort of prescribed measures that we follow in terms of dispute and dispute resolutions. We've set up the structures, and we've done the training of starting from the officers at the presiding office, and we've also set up the structures in the areas where you have people drawn from the community, some of them legal background, who are the people that when there are certain disputes, then they are referred to them to deal with them proactively so that we can minimize the dispute. But also, if we remember, Chief Justice, we do have the party political liaison system in this country, which is unique to us in that it requires that the Commission has to continuously engage with its political stakeholders. So, and on average, on monthly basis, the administration sits with the political parties, those that are represented. And the culture is that we don't make unilateral decisions and go impose them to the political parties. If there are ideas and thoughts, they are flagged there first. And as soon as there is a buy-in, it minimizes conflicts. Then the Commission is distinguished from the administration. The CEO then brings to the Commission. Among the key questions we would ask is, what is the PLC saying? What are your stakeholders saying? And are there any issues? Where there's a meeting of mind, we bring it aside. Where there's still some things, what further engagement? We further introduced a greater what we say, Commission direct engagement, both on one-on-one with leaders of represented political parties, as well as periodically moving to Cape Town, where we sit with them when we're in Parliament, so that we can engage on all the various topical issues, so that we can find resolution. However, it does not mean the nature of elections and contestation. Conflict is endemic. So our approach is that put the measures. We've also done international partnering with organizations such as the EU to bring broader community conflict resolution training and training the people who are in a position to deal with the conflicts on the ground before those things escalate to the Commission. That's largely the electoral conflict that we deal with, but there is also internal conflict, which is you are in a labor environment, and disputes and conflict are endemic again in a employer-employee environment. We do have mechanisms. We've got the structures, we've got our HR, we've got the negotiation body between the administration and the unions. And from there, we then, as the commissioners, will look into the recommendations.
Thank you for covering the second question as well. Thank you very much, Chief Justice, about the internal conflict management. Thank you very much for that. Over to you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matibula. Advocate Majola.
Can I still call you Chairperson?
Thank you, Chair.
I have just a few questions and wish to thank you for the, enlightening me about the IEC and the work that it does and so on. Among others, you have said that, we need to look, these are not your exact words, you said we need to look at what are the new methodologies if we are to continue being the eminent electoral commission in the world. And I wondered, being still in the commission, you must have had some thoughts about these, and whether you could share some of the thinking about what are those methodologies that you say, we need to look at new methodologies. What are possible new methodologies?
Thank you.
I hope I haven't
Chair.
misquoted you.
I'm not sure of the question.
Oh.
Yes, about new methodologies?
Okay. Well, maybe then I misunderstood you, but what I noted down in my notebook, I thought you were saying that if you want to continue being the eminent electoral commission that you are, yes, you need to look at new methodologies. And what came to mind was whether you, as the chair of the commission, have actually thought about that.
Thanks. Perhaps maybe I can clarify through you, Chief Justice. What one was saying is that the Commission has sat down and has identified the strategic priorities that now what our program and strategic outcomes must achieve. And those strategic priorities, I said, we need to strengthen this institutional effectiveness. Secondly, it is to continue to ensure that the elections are free and fair. And then the third was that we need to enhance transparency because of the new mandate in as far as the political party funding. And then the third one was that the people, to ensure that there is enhanced electorate understanding of things like voter education and the electoral conditions. So that's where I was talking about the strategic priorities, meaning that it's already been done, and what is left is now for us to see it through. It is now enshrined in our 2020 strategic plan and 2025. We had been working with what we inherited from the previous administration, and we allowed ourselves a year or so because 2018 was the end, but we also had the election in 2019. So we had to be able to make the transition and start a new program. So the continuity is where one was referring to, that these already are in place.
Fair enough, thank you. Thank you. And then, as you were speaking about the, contestations, the attacks on the IEC, the number of contestants that is, I thought that your act actually talks about one of the functions or the roles of the commission being to promote cooperation between people and among people, the institutions, government, and so on. And thought that you, from what you were saying, you have done quite a bit. You were saying that, for example, on a monthly basis, the IE sits with political parties and so on. But I'm thinking kind of broadly to say, having been in the commission now for 7 years, what would you do differently to deal with, with challenges that seem to be, in a way, contestations and so on? And actually, when you answer that question, perhaps just for my own updating, I never understood, in one of the elections where after the elections, one of the political parties blamed Terry Tselane as having caused it to lose some part of the election, and wondered what were the weaknesses in the IEC that led to the perception and therefore the accusation that part of the IEC was the weak link in their political ambitions.
Thank you.
And whether that chink has since been closed up.
Among the successes in the last 7 years is precisely that we have actually mounted and distinguished interrelations, both in enhancing our domestic and international side as the Commission. And this has been our programs working in partnership with various state institutions, including the DERCO, delivering elections in other zones in the continent, Liberia, for example, in CAR, and we've also been able to enhance our relationships with what we call the multilateral agencies like the UNDP, and we've just pioneered a number of thought leadership activities. But also we've worked within the SADC, made our contribution. We've worked internationally with the Association of Wealth Management Bodies. And in the country, we're working very closely with the institution that is about the Chapter 9, 10, and 14 institutions. And we're building those particular relations alongside also looking, because we also have the political parties. They are not the only stakeholders. Now, on the political party side of things is that I illustrated that the number of people contesting in elections far exceeds the available seats. So for every 10,000 seats, we had 90,000 people contesting. So there are 80 people who are not going to be happy with us. We've learned to live with it. But if there are issues, there are clear programs and mechanisms for political parties to submit those issues through the party liaison system. They are dealt with. And if they're not happy with the decisions of the commission, fortunately our constitution says you can take the decisions of the commission and to the courts. And this is where then we end up. And the courts are advancing the jurisprudence for us, so that the area, we are a new country, we're a young democracy. So that's how really, for me, these matters are dealt with. As I said earlier on, Chair, that conflict is endemic. We can't wish it away. It is how we are able to manage it, and managing it effectively. And the test of that ultimately is when we announce the results to the parties, having said all what they say, some of it very colorful. I mean, South Africans can speak their minds and everything. But having said everything said and done, we pronounce the elections, and we've discharged of our responsibility. It is now up to the parties to say they challenge the results or they support. And by and large, we've been fortunate. We've seen in countries like Malawi, we've seen in countries like Kenya, that the courts don't treat you with kid gloves. If you haven't done your job, they pronounce it as it is. So we've got the institutional and structural mechanisms of dealing with those particular issues and those matters. And ultimately, they must go to court. If we don't find a meeting of minds, either in mediation or through the process of political party liaison. But just to indulge, part of the question that you'd asked earlier on, I thought it might also be one of the things that one wanted to say, that one of the successes of the last 7 years is that the institution itself has stabilized. And that was one of the burning platforms when one came on board. We've stabilized that institution, and the mechanisms of that was around the issue of governance, having very clear structure and discipline as a collective, and that delineation of the roles that very often bedevil our institutions, between the administration led by the accounting officer and the boards or the commissions led by the chairs. That challenge, I think many of us sitting here will have had our own sense of what it means. You should be able to ubambe ngamatom and while galloping.
You confused me, I'm sorry to jump in, you confused me there, because at some stage you said that when your procurement department was not working well, you then chaired the committee, which I thought, or I misunderstood you again, which I thought fell within the operational side.
No. Chair, through you, Chief Justice, what one was saying is that we have now streamlined our governance. The commission now operates on the basis of that the ultimate decisions are made at the commission sitting. But there is, between the administration and the commission, there are subcommittees. Those subcommittees have sufficient time. A board meeting, if you want it to last for 2 hours, you will never do justice. So the receptive bowl are these subcommittees. In those subcommittees, management and the commissioners, they sit in its working committees where we trashed everything out and be in a position to say, right now, these are the recommendations that can now escalate to the commission. Now, what we then did is that each commissioner chairs at least 1 or 2 of our subcommittees. And what I said is, when we came on board, the institution had challenges on procurement. I mean, the IAC head office was part of that challenge that had findings from the former public protector, followed by the AG. So we had issues in that respect. What one I pointed out is that among the committees that I am in is the one that dealt with governance and the risk. It's not that I'm the only one. My vice chair chaired it before. We rotated. So I wasn't making anything further other than that. The commissioners are seized in each one of those subcommittees to then come and make recommendations finally in the commission.
Thank you. Certainly, you've made it very clear. Just, Chief Justice, the very last one. You have actually done a lot of work made a lot of achievements, created a lot of confidence in the IEC. The question is, other than the human element that you talked about, are there any other areas that you think might need to be strengthened in the IEC?
Absolutely, Advocate. And in fact, this is the part of what I was preparing, that you know, I identified with the 7 years that I'll have 7 challenges and 7 successes. So I do, for example, the issue of conducting elections below the prescribed timetable duration. The timetable is 86 days. And as now it is known that when the Concord ordered us to deliver the election, we had only 42 days. That was a killer, because we had to truncate. But, you know, we as a nation must be proud. The employees that we have in that institution are the gem of this country. They rose to it, and they delivered in those number of days. Yeah, so, but going forward, any delays, usually because there's an interdependency, whether it's a demarcation process or legislative amendments. If there are delays in Parliament, or those delays coming from operations of our interdependencies leading to a reduced timetable, it's a big risk. It's a very, very big risk for the country. So that's one of the things that we're talking about. And then that is another is the, I think we need to take the people on board. The ownership of the democracy project needs to be owned by the people, starting from the young generation. You know, some of us went to schools where, you know, there used to be national issues discussed during a certain period at school. As young kids, we knew the national issues and national matters, and we also had programs on civic education, where we knew about all the structures, whether we agreed with them. You knew the urban council, you knew the traditional institutions. That civic education is now no longer there to buttress the internalization with the elections by our young people, and people understanding just some of the basic issues that are needed. And we need to also to enhance our voter education so that there's greater participation by the electorate. And among these tools and instruments is the social media, which is an excellent tool to strengthen the initiatives that one is talking about.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mashinini. Once again, thank you for availing yourself. We have come to the end of your interview, and you will be informed one way or another of the outcome. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chief Justice, and thank you to all the members of the panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Mbete.
Good afternoon, Chair.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you very much for availing yourself to be considered for this vacancy in the IEC. I'm going to highlight certain features in your CV and then ask you a few questions, and then I will then allow members of the panel to put questions to you.
Fantastic.
Okay. I see that you hold a Bachelor of Social Science degree from the University of Cape Town, a Bachelor of Social Science honors in International Relations, also from the University of Cape Town, 2007, Bachelor of Science in International Relations, also UCT, 2010. Have they got that right? Would that not be a master's?
It would be a master's, so I think the qualifications are listed from the highest to the lowest at the bottom. So
yeah, but they didn't put.
Oh, they didn't
on
put
what,
that.
On what I have.
Oh, yes.
Which is not what you gave us.
Oh,
it's
okay.
It's meant to be a summary.
Yes.
I think inadvertently they didn't include your master's.
Yes, it was a master's in
Okay.
social science, yeah.
But it's a bachelor's degree in social science. It's an honors social science, master's, and your doctorate.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. In terms of your experience, at the moment you are a senior lecturer at the University of Pretoria, and before that you were a lecturer in the same university, is that right?
Yes, indeed.
From 2013. And before that, you were assistant researcher in the National Planning Commission, which is in the presidency.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And you also were a political researcher with IDASA.
Yes, I was.
Yes. And you have had a number of leadership roles. You are a council member of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority.
Indeed.
And you are a member of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on the Electoral System. And you are an analyst with Newsroom Africa. And you are a board member, it looks like, of quite a number of entities.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to go through all of them. You are an analyst with Kaya FM and ENCA as well.
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay, all right. What would you identify as the most important challenges that the IEC needs to keep their eyes on if they want to make sure that they continue to give South Africans free and fair elections?
All right, thank you, Chair. I think, in general, something that the IEC will have to be cognizant of in the coming years is that our elections are becoming more and more contested and more competitive. We saw last year how many political parties and independent candidates contested for the local government elections. And as elections become more contested, the election management body becomes more politicized, or there is risks to politicizing the election management body because it becomes very important about deciding the results of an election. And you've seen that in countries all over the continent, but also in other places in the world. And so that's a general issue that the IEC is going to have to contend with. In terms of then more specific things, firstly, the current reform of the Electoral Act in order to comply with the New Nation judgment from 2020, I think is something that's going to have a huge impact on the IEC's planning for the 2024 elections in terms of how it's going to have to accommodate the inclusion of independent candidates in those elections. The second thing that I think the IEC should be looking out for is what the future of the Political Party Funding Act is going to be. We've heard that there is some discussion about raising thresholds, about amending some parts of that act, and that may have consequences for the IEC as well. And then the final thing is, I'm going to talk about 4 things. The third thing is about the calls for digitization, and that's a very complex matter, right? You're talking about many different things when you talk about digitization, but how the IEC manages that, I think, is very important. And then finally, what the IEC's contribution can be in improving voter turnout and encouraging people to actually turn out to vote. We saw in the local government elections last year that only 12 million people turned out to vote. That was down from 15 million in 2016. And if that trend continues, it means that we're going to have a shrinking proportion of our eligible voters actually making the decisions on who becomes the government in the country.
And a section of our voters who seem not to have been very enthusiastic about voting was the youth. What would you say the IEC should do to make it cool for the youth to go and vote?
Thanks for that question, Chair. My response to that is that I don't think youth aren't voting because they don't think voting is cool. Youth aren't voting because they don't trust the system. They don't trust politics in general, they don't trust political parties, and they don't see how the system or how participating in formal democracy can actually lead to change. The Afrobarometer survey that was conducted last year showed that young people have very low levels of trust in anything that seems like a political institution. So even the IEC itself had a 36% trust rate last year, down from, I think, 69% in 2014. Political parties, trust for them was below 30% across the board. And so the lack of faith in the system as a whole as bringing about change is one of the main reasons why young people are not voting. And we're seeing that even in registrations. So the biggest part of the population is between the ages of 0 and 30. The biggest part of the voting population is between the ages of 18 and 35. And the proportion of those people who registered to vote has been declining since 1999 when the voters' roll was formalized. And so we're naturally then going to see that the voter turnout is going to decline as those people grow older. And so part of it is there's not a lot that the IEC can do, but I do think what the IEC can contribute is an increased emphasis on voter education and civic education as a whole, not just where do you put your X, but actually what the importance is of voting. And the second thing that I think that the IEC can do is to make registration more accessible. I don't see why there are not big IEC drives at high schools. You can start registering from the time you're 16 years old when you get an ID. So there should be registration drives in schools in between elections. We tend to keep the registration for an election year, but I think that we need to make that a far more routine part of the IEC's work, because what the research shows is that once you are registered to vote, you are more likely to vote, but not only that, if you start voting young, so if you voted for the first time at 18 years old, the chances of you being a lifelong voter are far higher than anything else.
Well, what is, if your answer is correct to this question, what is then the thinking of the youth in terms of how they will bring about change if they don't vote? Because if I understand your answer correctly, the reason they don't vote in the numbers that we would like them to vote in is because they don't trust the system. So my question is, in terms of their thinking, how do they think they are going to change this system that they don't trust if they don't vote?
So I'm going to give you, firstly, a flippant answer to that question, a little bit facetious.
But you must tell me if I misunderstood your answer.
No, you understood it correctly. So a slightly facetious answer to your question is that they protest. And burning a building is far more effective than casting a vote in the current system that we have, because that's how you get attention. But seriously, I think that we need to demonstrate the connection between formal participation in the voting process and lives actually improving, and government responsiveness. And that's something that political parties need to think about. I don't think that the IEC has any control over that. But until people see that the act of casting a vote can actually bring about positive change in their lives, it's going to be incredibly difficult to convince them to do otherwise. I do think also that the IEC does have a role in terms of voter education in educating people about all the other ways of participation in our democracy. We have on paper, a highly participatory democracy, right, with ward committees and all sorts of ways of participation. And I think that people need to know more about those other ways that you can participate formally and be engaged in between elections.
Thank you. I will now allow members of the panel to put their questions to you. I'll start with the public protector.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for agreeing to come and be interviewed today. And mine will focus on strategic management strategies, projects you've done where you can say, you know, I've managed to complete this project successfully, and I would be able to bring that expertise to the commission to achieve what the commission needs to achieve speedily, on time, on budget, and all those. So you can just tell us what you've done, an example, and whether that will be taken to the commission to change governance issues, you know, financial management issues, human resource, and all those. Yeah.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Advocate Mkhwebane. I am currently on sabbatical from the University of Pretoria, working with an organization called Future Elect that is aimed at encouraging young people in the region to run for office. And I've been working as the director of programs for that organization for the last 7 months. And in that capacity, have really been formalizing the structure of both the curriculum, the program content and running the program, the budgeting of the program, the overall governance of the program over the past 8 months, and this is a program that runs for 9 months. And in that respect, it's been a huge undertaking of kind of project management, of putting together something that at that scale. I'm also in the process of developing an online civics program, and fundraising for it and budgeting for it, and recruiting the human resources for that organization, for that initiative, to be able to roll it out in the latter part of the year. And so in my current work, there's a lot of that I'm doing. And then, of course, in my previous academic experience, I have run research projects sponsored by the Ford Foundation. Of course, my own PhD was a huge project management undertaking. And then, of course, in running various courses for the University of Pretoria, I think all of that experience will serve me in my role as a commissioner. And then, of course, as the Chief Justice had said earlier, I sit on a number of boards, and so that broader governance and oversight experience experience is something that I have gathered over the last 10 years.
On the issue of ethical leadership and integrity?
Certainly. So the organization, the work that I'm currently doing is to try and teach and promote ethical leadership amongst young leaders. And I think part of that, there's sort of 3 parts to it for me. The first is the kind of culture that is created from the top of ethical conduct, of transparency, of honesty, of integrity. But then the second is to create the space for everyone in an organization to behave ethically and to be able to report unethical behavior without any fear of retribution, and to be able to really feel like they are supported at all levels to be able to push back against any temptations against ethical behavior. And then finally, having proper consequence management, that it must be seen that those who do behave unethically are punished quickly and fairly, in order to then be able to maintain a culture of integrity and ethics within an organization. I know that the IEC has got an ethics management structure both within the organization, but then also manages ethical conduct of political.
Thank you. Ms. Matibula.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Dr. Mbete.
Good afternoon.
I think from my side, we have been members of the Ministerial Advisory Committee, and we had some meetings virtually last year. But I don't know you very well, and I'm glad to actually see you physically, because I think the meetings were always virtual, and I think we participated in 3 or 4 meetings. So good to see the face and the person behind the face. So I thought I should actually declare that, and nothing more. Ms.
On a light note, declare that you don't know her so well.
I don't know you very well. Thank you very much. Dr. Mbete, my question really is about bringing innovation, creativity. The IEC as a Chapter 9 institution has been in existence for more than 25 years now, doing the same thing over and over again. I just want to find out, should you be a successful candidate, what kind of innovation or, creative ideas that you would bring to the institution, just to make sure that the elections are free and fair, but at the same time, we want to see how, we can actually deliver effectively and efficiently, even during times of disasters. Last year was one classic example of, delivering during a very difficult time when there was COVID-19, lockdowns. Not only that, but I think we were also experiencing, we were in dark cities in some other areas. So the counting was very, very difficult. So how do you, what can you bring in terms of making sure that, we can deliver even during those difficult times when the lights are out, and when we have
net voting, because of all the risks, right, of hacking, of those systems being compromised from elsewhere. Like I say, the only country I know that uses internet voting and so be aware of the cutting-edge technology and the ways in which we can innovate with if and when we need to.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mbete. My second and last question is something that you talked about earlier. In your opening statement, you mentioned 4 key challenges that we're currently having as a country. And one of those was that elections are becoming more and more contested in South Africa. And I just want to find out from you, how would you deal with conflict resolutions and disputes that usually are put forward, by political parties and individuals, before, during, and after, the results. How do you deal with that?
Certainly. Thank you very much for that question. I have, in preparation for this interview, realized just how much of the work of commissioners is dispute resolution, not just at election time, but even between elections. And so I think part of what needs to be understood is that when the IEC, one of the values and the requirements of the commissioners is to be impartial. And impartiality doesn't mean that you don't talk to anyone. It means that everyone must be able to talk to you. So firstly, I think being in a position, the commission must be accessible, approachable by all political parties, all political actors, so that it is not seen that some have preferential access, more professional access than others. I think that's firstly the most important thing around creating the grounds for, or creating the foundation for that conflict resolution to take place. And then secondly, to what I would want to do as a commissioner is to be very conscientious in understanding the full implication of the laws and the regulations and the rules under which elections take place, and to be conscientious about furnishing myself with all of the facts of what has taken place, so that I can give an open and a fair hearing to all sides. And then finally, to be as efficient to be as efficient as possible in adjudicating some of these decisions, because you know what they say, justice delayed is justice denied. And I think a lot of the frustration around these issues is how long it takes to adjudicate some of these matters. And so that would be my commitment as a commissioner if I were appointed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mbete. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Advocate Majola.
Good morning, Dr. Mbete.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Oh, so we disagree, right? It's good to have the opportunity to hear what you're going to tell us. So my questions are going to be... Yes, my questions are going to be just two or three.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm interested in is your experience, and it's associated with one of the functions of the IEC, in the sense that they've got to be reviewing legislation and other things and so on. And reading the summary of your CV doesn't tell me that whether you have any experience in reviewing things like rules, guidelines, even legislation, and so on, and whether you could tell me whether in your experience you have that, because I think it's quite important.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, sir, for that question. So in the... As was said, I was a member of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on the electoral system that was appointed by the Minister of Home Affairs last year to assist in the reviewing of the Electoral Act in order to comply with the Constitutional Court judgment of 2020. So that was my last sort of most recent experience of engaging with reviewing legislation in order to proposing an amendment to that act to allow independent candidates to contest in the election. I was part of the committee that favoured a different amendment to the one that is currently before Parliament, but nevertheless that was a process of reviewing legislation. In terms of reviewing sort of rules and regulations, I sit on a number of committees at the University of Pretoria where annually we have to review regulations around academics, so teaching and learning committee, and reviewing the way in which courses are run and adhering with the different laws and policies nationally. So I've got experience in reviewing regulations and rules of procedure from there. And then I have been, from my very first work experience at IDASA, was spent monitoring Parliament. So I attended parliamentary committee meetings every day for 18 months. And so the process of making legislation and also watching the process of reviewing legislation is something that I've had experience with my whole career.
Thank you very much. There is a sort of related question. In the sense that it also deals with the functions of the IEC, and I would like to know what experience you can give that you have for promoting cooperation, you know, among people, between institutions, between political or among political parties, you know, government and so on.
Certainly. Thank you for that question. I have, over the course of my career, sat on a number of multi-sectoral bodies, including coalitions of different civil society organizations, and leading working on some of the working groups of those organizations to manage different interests and different organizations and ensure cooperation. I have also, in my experience at the university, sat in a number of structures around managing the relations between students and academics, and liaising also with the administration of the university. In my work as a political scientist and analyst, I speak to and consult to a large a spread of political parties and political actors, as well as to work with different civil society organizations, and I have continued to work with different government entities like the Ministerial Advisory Committee. I've done work with, still with the presidency, with the DPME, and so I have experience with engaging with different sectors of society and being able to understand and to try to manage different interests. And so I think that that is something that I would be able to do in terms of the IEC's mandate.
What have you found to be the biggest challenge in doing that kind of work?
So the first challenge for me is this idea of impartiality and how people understand it. That it is not just that you are completely standoffish and you don't interact with anyone, but that you give everyone a fair hearing and that you engage with everybody equally. The second challenge is that we're living in a time where people articulate their interests in extremes. And so it's quite difficult sometimes to get people to see what's common in their positions. But I found that that's often a matter of time more than anything else. I think that in so many of the things that we do, you want to get, we have such short time frames. to make decisions, to get things done. And sometimes you just need to have people in a room together for an extended period for them to find where they meet in the middle.
Thank you, Dr. Mbete. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of your interview, Dr. Mbete. Thank you very much for availing yourself, and you will get to know one way or another what the outcome was of the interviews. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you
You are
very
now
much, Chair.
excused.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Mbomvu.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice Zondo.
Please pull your mic closer to you so we can hear you well. How are you this afternoon?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. How is doing today?
Thank you. We are fine, thank you. Thank you for availing yourself for consideration for the vacancy in the IEC. We appreciate the fact that you have made yourself available. I am sitting here with the public protector to my right, and my immediate left, it's Ms. Matebula, Chairperson of the Gender Equality Commission, and then Advocate Majola, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. I'm sure you know these faces.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just highlight certain features of your CV and ask you a few questions, and then I will allow members of the panel to put questions to you as well. I see that you hold a BSc degree from UCT and LLB from the same university and a master's degree from the same university. Looks like no other university has been attractive enough to you. Okay, all right. At the moment, you are the Group Executive for Governance and Assurance at the Airports Company since 2013, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Yes, and from 2018 to 2019, you were the interim CEO of the same company.
That is correct, sir.
And from 2010 to 2013, you were the Group Company Secretary for ESCOM.
ESCOM, yes, sir.
Yes. And before that, for quite some time, from 2002 to 2009, you were Group Company Secretary Metropolitan.
That is correct, sir.
Yes. And you have been a Group Compliance Officer for Sanlam 2000 to 2001, Legal Advisor for Momentum 1999 to 2000, Legal and Compliance Officer Norwich Life 1998 to 1999, Legal Advisor for Old Mutual 1996 to 98.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And in terms of leadership roles, you have been a non-executive director of the Airports Company from 2017 to date. Is that correct?
A subsidiary of AXA, which is Precinct 2A.
Oh, okay. And you are also a member of the Audit and Risk Committee of the Financial and the Fiscal Commission?
That is correct, sir.
Yes. And you are a member of Search and Selection Committee. Of what body is that?
I was a member of a CPUT Council for almost four years.
Yeah.
So what you see there, I think it's my role at CPUT.
Yes.
I was a council member.
Yeah.
I was a member of the Search and Selection Committee.
Yes.
I was the chairman of the Remuneration Committee.
Okay, all right. I think you might wish to raise your voice.
My voice?
Yeah,
is it too soft? You know, when you have a deep voice, you become very strategic around it. Am I audible, sir?
I think you're audible
okay,
now.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. You were also the chairperson for the Board of Trustees of EZICO, 1999 to 2002.
That is correct, sir.
Yes. I see that there are a number of positions you have held where it looks like you were there for very short periods of time, like 1 year, 2 years, 1 year, 2 years. Interim CEO of Airports Company 2018, 2019, but maybe that was because it was interim. Group Company Secretary ESCOM 2010 to 2013. Maybe that's 2 years or 13 years.
That is 3 years.
3 years,
yes.
Yeah. Then Group Company Secretary Metropolitan Okay, that was long.
That is correct, sir.
2002. But legal compliance and company secretary for Association for Savings and Investments of South Africa, 2001 to 2002. That's looks like 1 year or 2 years, depending. Group compliance officer, Sanlam, 2000 to 2001. Legal advisor, Momentum, 1999 to 2000. Legal and compliance officer, Norwich Life, 1998 to 1999. Legal advisor, Old Mutual, 1996, 1998. It seems to give the picture that you were not holding those positions for long. Is that correct? And if so, what was the reason?
Thank you, sir. Up front, I would like to thank the panel for this opportunity. I feel very honored to be awarded this opportunity, and I don't take it for granted at all.
Yes, please raise your voice.
Yeah,
again.
so coming back to the questions you've raised, Chairman, those positions, they were early in my career. I was a young attorney there. My first formal position after my articles and after completing my board exam was at Old Mutual as a legal advisor. I was there for 2 years, and I was headhunted by Norwich Life. Norwich at that stage was a small insurance company, and it was taken over by all those companies you will recall, they are no longer in existence. So Norwich Life was taken over by Fedshaw Insurance. It was a merger, and the role was in Pretoria, Centurion, and I was not comfortable with moving, the young girl from Cape Town. So I'm born in Langa, Cape Town, so I love my Cape Town, so that's why I studied at UCT. So I'm coming back to what you raised. And also, Chair, I wanted to correct the first degree. It's not BSc, it's B Social Science,
Okay.
Bachelor in Social Science.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake. What's written here is the correct thing, but for
Yeah.
some reason I thought it was BSc.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And Norwich Life was taken over by Fedshaw. I moved to, so obviously we were retrenched. I moved over to Momentum, and Momentum was merged with Fedshaw, the one that took over Norwich, and as well, they are based in Joburg. And then thereafter, I joined Sanlam, and at that stage, I became a mother. I was pregnant, so I left Sanlam. But also, I would like to say something about Sanlam at that stage. It was too much Afrikaans for me. I was a compliance officer. I needed to deal with complaints from clients, all files in Afrikaans. So I was not comfortable with that. I thought I did study Afrikaans at UCT as Afrikaans 1, but it was not at a level where I was comfortable to read a file, and make, recommendations in Afrikaans. That's why I left Sanlam. Life Officers Association, it's a regulatory body similar to ASISA currently. So it regulates all the insurance companies. That's where I was exposed as it was almost a combination, compliance, legal, and company secretariat. So I was exposed to company secretariat. So that body, it has all the CEOs of the insurance companies, they are the board members. So the CEO of Metropolitan is the guy who recruited me then to join Metropolitan. And I stayed there. That was my first exposure to be a company secretary, which I believe for me it's quite a very critical journey for me, because that's where I was exposed to, corporate governance, if I can say. So I moved from being an attorney, compliance, and then company secretariat, and then corporate governance, which then, for me, is what I believe to be the most important role that I played, in my career, to be an expert in corporate governance. And then we moved to Joburg, and then at Joburg I joined ESCOM as a group company secretary. What was nice at ESCOM was that role at ESCOM, it encompassed legal, compliance, ethics, Those were the 3 areas. I stayed there for 3 years. And
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Please forgive me for that.
Yes.
But is your answer to my question simply this?
Yes.
Yes, it is true that in regard to a number of positions in my CV, I stayed for short periods in
Absolutely.
certain companies, but there is an explanation for each one why I stayed for a short period.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
all right, okay, all right. Let me ask you this question. What challenges have you identified as challenges that the IEC must keep an eye on to make sure that it continues to deliver free and fair elections in South Africa?
Thank you for that question, Chairman. So firstly, I've observed that the voter turnout has decreased a lot. In my research, I saw that, I just want to refer to the actual numbers. Around 1999, it was sitting at 89.3%, and 2019,
what was it?
89.3%.
89.
89.
Oh.
Yes. And 2019 elections, 65.34%. Obviously, I'm subject to correction. So for me, it became very clear that we have a challenge in terms of the turnout in the elections. And obviously, there are things that we need to look at, or the IEC has to look at. Firstly, it's the voter education. I know when we voted in 1994, the voter education was, very critical because it was our first elections. But I'm not sure now whether it's still, key. It's still a key deliverable in terms of the IEC. So voter education for me is very important. In terms of making sure that the electorate, especially the youth, they understand why they need to vote. And secondly, we need to ensure that our elections are done in a modernized way. So modern technology becomes important for me to make sure that we avoid long queues, because we know the young ones do not want to, they're very impatient, do not want to stand in long queues for the whole day. So utilizing fingerprints machines could help to avoid using ID documents. For me, could help, because whenever I go for elections, when I'm in a voting station, it feels as if, eliminating that part of, of the process could, work to the advantage of the IEC. So for me, that could be a challenge that I've identified as well. And then another challenge that I believe is important that I've identified is the integrity of the elections. Because if we are saying the elections must be free and fair, we need to make sure that the leadership within the IEC first and the officers themselves are beyond reproach. So having a proper code of conduct or code of ethics that is, adhered to is very important. At AXA currently, as the Group Executive Governance and Assurance, ethics is under my role. So we have a code of ethics where we make sure that the business, they actually understand the code. We train, we raise awareness. We have a digitized system of declarations of interest, where employees, they need to declare their interest, annually. We have a mechanism of making sure that if you don't declare, if you don't comply with the code, there are corrective actions that we put in place. We also need to have a mechanism where we are able to make sure that within the IEC there is proper transparency around the declarations. So integrity, the electorate must be comfortable that the kind of people, the caliber of people that are within the IEC are people of integrity. Ethical conduct is key, for me. So I wanted to highlight that, because I know in the past we've had challenges. Also, we need to, the IEC, the process itself needs to be actually understood, especially by the IEC officers, end-to-end process. And also, what does it mean if there is non-compliance with the letters of the law? Employees, they need, or the officers, they need to understand if the elections, for whatever reason, because of the failure of us as IEC officers, are not declared free and fair, they are null and void. What does that mean for our democracy? So for me, raising awareness, training, making sure that the IEC officers, they understand the process, it's in their fingertips. Also taking corrective actions should there be non-compliance with the process itself.
Okay. And you are aware of the pieces of legislation that govern elections and the IEC?
Yes, indeed, Chair. So obviously it's our constitution, which is the umbrella body, and there is the IEC Act, which obviously will actually stipulate the role of the commission, the role of the IEC, the elections, how they should run, and also the PPFA, around the political party funding becomes important. And I've noticed, which is refreshing for me, that now currently the IEC has even introduced the investigation around failing to declare your funding, which is, for me, it's a good way of making sure that there's transparency, making sure that there is credibility within the process, electoral process itself.
The Electoral Act?
Absolutely.
And you touched already in your first answer on the issue of the youth.
Yes.
What should the IEC do to make sure that the youth think voting is cool?
Chair, the youth is very important at this point in time, because I know I've got, children who are between 19 and 26. So I know when it's time for elections, we have to beg them and, even bribe them to go and vote. That was on a lighter note. But on a serious note, we need to have a modern technology that is, able to cater for our 4IR, for the current environment, because everybody has got a smart card. We need to find a way of making sure our technology is an enabler, for our elections. It's an enabler to make them, efficient, seamless, and incredible, of course. Because if we do that, then, we will avoid instances of fraud, instances of bribery, and all of that. So, the youth, if we can actually encourage them, by having such technology, because we know they love their phones, they will be comfortable, to vote. Chair, thank you.
You know, of course, that you can't be appointed commissioner of the IEC if you bribe people. So how do you bribe them? How do you bribe them?
You can't bribe anybody, and you cannot be bribed as well.
Yeah, but
I know, but my children,
your
I
children
bribe them with lunch.
Okay, members of the panel will now get a chance to ask you questions, and the first one will be the public protector.
Thank you, Chairperson. The issues which I would want you to address us on relates to strategic resolutions or strategic outcomes, or your performance in the current institution. What projects or strategies you've implemented which changed the processes, were implemented in such a way that financial planning is on par, issues of human resource, issues of processes are on track, and which you think you will take with to assist the commission to implement if you are appointed as the commissioner. In addition to that, promotion of good governance. Yes, I see you've mentioned some of those elements when you were addressing the Chief Justice. So if you can just take us through those.
Thank you, Ms. Mkhwebane. So as a commissioner, obviously, you have an oversight role over the commission. So what becomes important is that the strategy, which is the strategic process of the commission, you need to assist in putting together the strategy, including the objectives. So at AXA, as the Chief Justice mentioned earlier on, I've acted as a CEO, interim CEO in 2019 when the CEO's contract expired. So that gave me an opportunity to actually run the business, which for me was good for me. Of course, I never applied for the position. So the strategy for me becomes important because that's where you are able to understand what is it that the institution stands for, what is it that the institution wants to do, what is it the institution wants to achieve in the next financial year. Of course, you will have your broader strategy for 5 years, and of course your your annual strategy and outcomes that you will revise on a continuous basis. So I believe that a commissioner's role, I need to emphasize that, is to actually assist in that process of putting together the strategy. Remember, as the commissioner, you come in as the wise man, if I can put it that way. You come in from the outside, you've got that bird-eyed view, you are impartial, you are dispassionate, you are the expert. So you are expected really to come in and add value to the commission, to add value to the institution. So at AXA, I've been part of the organization at the executive level for almost 9 years. So putting together a strategy, I would say I'm very comfortable with that. And actually, I'm a strategic thinker when I look at myself. That's how I describe myself. I think strategically. So one of the projects that I had to put together for AXA, so let me just give you a background. So AXA, you know, when I joined in 2013, it was a company where the airports themselves, we've got 9 airports, you know, as you all know. But the airports, I used to say when I joined, they're like a republic, like Cape Town. So they were like independent. So when I came to AXA, I wanted to have a governance system or a framework that for me will be like a blueprint for the business, where you need, when you join AXA, you need to know who makes the decisions, who delegates to who, at what level, and who implements the decision. Accountability needs to be very clear, who is responsible to implement. So the governance framework I put together was almost illustrating the architecture of the company, you know, end to end. That at AXA, the board is at the helm. You've got board committees, you've got the executive, that's where I belong, is the executive committee. So as a CEO at that stage, I was at the helm of the executive committee, putting together the strategy, tabling the strategy to the board for the board to improve on it, and then it comes back to us to deliver the strategy. So the governance framework I put together was clearly clarifying who does what. Because if you don't have such a blueprint, there will be confusion. And then we needed to be clear that there are assurance providers within the business, you know, second line of defense, where you are clear that there is risk, it reports to me, risk currently at AXA, there is compliance, it reports to me, there is legal, it reports to me, and then there's ethics, reports to me. So we needed to clarify all the roles of those assurance providers, because we need to give assurance to the board that everything at AXA is within, it's above board. It's we comply with the King 4, we comply with legislation. So that's the governance framework I put together at AXA, and I must say it was an achievement for me, because I've become very happy when we have new employees and board members, you know, and I give them the document and they look at it and like they're clear in terms of what needs to happen at AXA. In terms of the processes, the Policy Assurance Department as well reports to me. So the Policy Assurance Department, it's where the policies, procedures, manuals, frameworks are drafted. So what we do, we work with, I'll say business. Business are the, are the divisions of AXA, okay? Let's say there's a division, corporate affairs division, human resources division, financial division. So each area will develop its own policies, but I am the person who signs off the policies for the business. I need to be very comfortable that our policies are standardized. So when you go to AXA today, you are able to see, you know, all the policies for the entire business, for the entire airports, that they are all the same, okay? And the procedures. And then once we do that, we need to make sure that our policies are linked to the actual strategy of each business. You cannot have a policy without a strategy. Develop a strategy. The strategy, you have a policy and a procedure that tells you what or how are we going to deliver on our strategy. That's what we have. And then we have a mechanism then of identifying compliance with our policies. Because if we don't comply with our policy, then that means you don't know what you're supposed to do within AXA. So that department, policy assurance, is in my space as well. So these processes, they help, especially during the financial management process when we develop budgets.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mbomvo, I'm interrupting you. Please don't forget the points you wanted to make.
All right.
But if you can try and not make your answers too long,
all right.
That would help.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I just wanted, Ms. Mkhobane, if I may, to just conclude with promotion of good governance, because I need to emphasize the fact that risk becomes very important within the governance process, as alluded to by King 4, that we need to, in linked to our strategy, we need to have a clear strategic risks for the business, strategic risks that are monitored. We have clear mitigating factors, and we report on them on a continuous basis. We need to have a clear risk appetite and tolerance levels within the business. What is it, for example, as the IEC, what risks can you tolerate as IEC? We know that we need to have a free and fair election. So that risk, for me, will become a key strategic risk for the IEC and others, of course, linked to the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mbovu. You've answered the part of ethical leadership and integrity when you were answering the Chief Justice, so I will pass on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Protector. Ms. Matebula.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon and welcome, Ms. Mbomvu.
Thank you, ma'am.
My question is around bringing change, bringing innovation within the Commission. In your opening statement, you indicated quite a lot of challenges identified as IEC, and you even saying it's important to keep an eye so that we can deliver, free and fair elections. What are those critical, changes that you would bring, to the Commission? Innovative, very creative things that need to be done within the Commission just to ensure that, those elections are free and fair indeed. Also cognizant of the fact that we are now operating under a very difficult environment. We are operating under, the pandemics. There are pandemics within pandemics. How would you maneuver and make sure that elections still do take place during that time? There are power cuts that we constantly experience. How would you make sure that at least in that aspect, elections continue as free and fair, as you have indicated? Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. So innovation obviously becomes critical, especially at this point in time. And as I indicated earlier on, I believe modern technology can help us. We need to obviously find ways to make sure that we allow even the staff members, the employees, to think out of the box. So what we've done at AXA, we've created a platform where we allow employees to even come with their own ideas, because you'll be amazed that the employees themselves can come with ideas, come with innovative ideas to assist the organization. So I believe that innovation for me is not something that everybody can do. It's something that people who are creative, who are allowed the space to be creative, but within, the letters of the law and, within the code of the organization, they are able to do that. I mentioned earlier on utilizing finger machines, for fingerprints machines, as against using identity documents. Obviously, all those will need to be, tested first if they work, and you make sure that you avoid fraudulent interventions within the process. So IT, for me, is quite critical, to assist in innovation. Of course, power cuts, we cannot help that. Obviously, we need to spend money on, alternatives such as green technology, using other ways of electrifying the offices. Of course, there's money involved and money is tight, so we will need to find ways of making sure we're able to use other ways to make sure that electricity is not an issue for the organization.
Thank you very much. My second last question is, please explain to us how you have dealt with the conflict that you have faced at the workplace, and how you have managed to resolve that conflict, whether it's at AXA or any organization that you have worked with.
So thank you for that, ma'am. So as an executive and somebody who also acted as a CEO, you can never avoid conflict. Actually, conflict happens in a workplace continuously, because when you deal with people, there's bound to be conflict. So for me, firstly at work, one thing I have actually come to understand is that there is nothing personal at work. It's a professional relationship. It's important to ensure that you keep that professional. Secondly, at work, there are codes that we follow, we comply with. There's a code of ethics. There is an employee manual that you need to adhere to. So if there are instances where there is a conflict with the employee, I always emphasize to my staff members that you need to understand the manual. What is it that you can do in terms of reporting what is happening? We cannot allow a situation where employees are intimidated by line managers. So because I'm a line manager, I don't have a right to ill-treat somebody who reports to me or somebody who is junior. So the manual clearly stipulates how we manage our relationships. The manual clearly stipulates that if you have a challenge, we have what we call a hotline, where it allows employees to report any issues that they're not comfortable with. And it's nice because it's impartial, and your identity remains anonymous. So you can report me as your boss that, I'm victimizing you, I don't like you, things like that. So for me, firstly, I believe that we need to I manage conflicts at work in a professional manner. If it's somebody who is my direct report within my space, you have a conversation about what transpired, we need to resolve the problem, and then we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mbomvu. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Machibula. Advocate Majola.
Good morning,
Good afternoon, sir. Yes.
Ms. Mbomvu.
Advocate.
They are correcting me.
On a light note, I think that shows that you still have a lot of energy.
Yes, Chief Justice, where I come from, we say Sawubona, whether it's at night. The aim is to greet. Are the Mbomvus related to the Ngubanes, or it's just Mbomvu?
Not at all, sir.
Not at all.
Not at
Okay.
all. I'm a Xhosa, Ngubanes are Zulus.
Well, the Ngubanes call themselves the Mbomvus.
Yeah, there is Mbomvus for both.
Yes, no, it's fine. Well, it's interesting listening to your experience and your ideas and so on. And I was trying to just work out what in your experience makes you, in your own view, suitable to be, considered for the position of commissioner of the IEC. And if you are taken, what value do you think your experience would add to the work of the IEC?
Thank you, Mr. Advocate Matebul. I believe that I am.
It's Majola.
Oh, Majola. Sorry, ma'am. Advocate Majola.
It's okay.
I believe that with my experience, starting from early in my life of being an attorney, moving to be an expert in corporate governance, because any organization, especially the IEC, the corporate governance is key in terms of making sure that you apply best practice, making sure that you understand your role as a commissioner, as an oversight role, and bring all the expertise I've gathered, in my career to the fore. And also my experience as a board member as well, I want to add that, because where I am at now, I'm comfortable in terms of my leadership capabilities. I am, a person who understands, the role of the board, and I would say the commission, and the role of management, and bringing those together, working together, my understanding of, risk management, because I believe, the IEC risk has to be managed quite diligently. Understanding ethics as well, because integrity becomes very important, within the IEC, and all the corporate governance principles, transparency, stakeholder engagement. I believe is very important, because you can never ever improve as an IEC if there is no proper stakeholder engagement plan, where stakeholders are engaged, the political parties, the electorate, media, and there is proper, feedback, to understand what are the gaps that have been experienced within, a particular election. Come back to the drawing board to understand what are the problems, and then you go back and, you give them feedback. What is it that you're gonna do in a coming election? So I believe that my qualities as a leader, I'm a very courageous leader. Not that I don't have fear, but I don't shy away from making decisions. The fact that I was a group executive and the board asked me in confidence to be the interim CEO, makes me to believe that I am more than capable to be a commissioner of IEC. I led the business AXA that year. We got an unqualified audit from the Auditor General, which for me is quite important. And I moved to a position where the CEO at that stage had been with AXA for years. So I had employees who were, unhappy about the fact that the loved CEO is gone. So I needed to make sure that I do road shows. I go to all the airports to make sure that the employees, they understand that we'll still look after them. So I am that balanced leader. Also, I see myself as a participatory leader. I work with a team nicely. I respect other people's views, because for me, I believe that the many, the better. But I don't shy away from accountability. I'm an accountable leader, and I'm very dependable and reliable, and that's me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My last question really deals with what experience do you have in promoting cooperation among people, among institutions, between political or among political parties, you know, government and so on? Because I guess that's quite important for the effective operation of the IEC.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So, as I alluded to it earlier on, stakeholder engagement is very important for the IEC, I believe, because you've got stakeholders that have to be, you know, taken on board and make sure that they trust the process. They trust that the process, they trust that the IEC is credible. So, so at AXA, what we do, because we've got, you know, I would say it's a similar, you know, organization, because we've got our own stakeholders. If you look at an airport, we've got airlines, we've got, you know, other, you know, stakeholders within an airport, Department of Home Affairs, we've got the Department of Health, we've got South African police within an airport. So we need to make sure that there is a cooperation between all those stakeholders that we have within an airport. So I'm comfortable with that process, because what we do, we engage with them quarterly. And we had a heat map. We have a heat map where we are able to identify which stakeholders do we believe are sitting, you know, hot. That means they are happy with us, which stakeholders are neutral, not so happy with us, and those that are not happy at all. And then we've got a different mechanism of handling those stakeholders. In fact, even, you know, how we engage them, how often do we engage those stakeholders. And quarterly, we monitor and report, so that we can identify actions arising from the engagements we've had, because political parties within an electoral system are very, very important. The electorates themselves, and then the media. So we need to have those engagements on a continuous basis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. We have come to the end of your interview, Ms. Mbomvu. Thank you once again for availing yourself for consideration for the vacancy in the IEC. You will be notified of the outcome of these interviews in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank the members for the opportunity once more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tango.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and to the panelists.
Yes. Thank you very much for availing yourself to be considered for a vacancy in the IEC. We appreciate that you have made yourself available. But are you feeling fine this afternoon?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I am feeling fine. It is just that when I come in, I was in a hurry because I was actually running. I needed to actually pick up something from the hotel lobby.
Oh, you need a few minutes to cool down or what?
No, we can proceed,
You're fine.
Chairperson. Yes, I am fine. Maybe I'm not sure whether I am allowed to do this because it is not part of the interview, Chairperson, but it was just a passing by type of a message to actually congratulate the Chairperson of his appointment as a Chief Justice of the Republic. I believe it is effective from today.
Yes.
As we actually wish him God's grace and strength as he actually leads the country over his
Thank you
term
very
of.
much.
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Tango. Thank you very much. I'm going to take 2 minutes or so to highlight some features of your CV. Then I'll ask you a few questions, whereafter I will allow members of the panel to put questions to you as well. I see that you have a teacher's diploma, is that right?
That is quite correct, Chairperson.
Yes, and a business management certificate, is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson, that's correct.
And you are enrolled for an MBA.
Yes, Chairperson, it is correct as well.
Yes. Then you have corporate governance principles. Is that a certificate?
Yes, it is a certificate. In fact, it's programs I've actually done. I've just recently, I think last month, Chairperson, completed a qualification as well through the National School of Government
Yes.
in becoming a director for public entities. Thank you.
But is it a diploma or certificate, or it's just a program?
It is a certificate, Chairperson.
Certificate.
Thank you.
Okay. No, that's fine. Then you have got an ICT diploma.
Chairperson, that's correct.
Yes. And in terms of your experience, you are currently the CEO of SA Forensic Pty Limited.
That is quite correct, Chairperson.
Yes. How long have you been the CEO?
The company started operating in 2017, Chairperson, and
Yes.
it specializes in
Yes.
forensic investigations and risk advisory.
Okay. And you have been a manager of support services at eThekwini Municipality sometime in the past?
Yes, Chairperson, that's quite correct as well.
Yes. And you are chairperson of Africa Invest Developments Pty Limited?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. You have had some association with the IEC, have you? I see here you were, an observer, 2021, and then 2016 local government elections.
Quite correct, Chairperson. In fact, what I did not mention is that the relationship started in 2011. Sorry, was it 2000? Not 2011.
Yeah.
Late 90s, when I was still working for the.
Or it might have been 2001.
I think it was the election of 1999.
Oh.
Under the former, in fact, he's still the deputy city manager of eThekwini Municipality, Mr. Sipho Cele.
Yes.
He was the municipal elections officer, so I was working under him at the IEC offices back then before I actually became the elections observer. And just now, last week, it was my last consultative work, working with SALGA as a facilitator on the councillor induction program.
Okay. No, that's fine. And then you have also been involved with the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, is that right?
That is quite correct, Chairperson. I was the independent prison visitor for the Durban, what are they called, supervision centers. Previously, it was just Durban Westville Prison.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you have many leadership positions that you have held as well, is that right, in various bodies?
It is quite correct, Chairperson. I serve in most of the institutions as a board member and also as a council member.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want to mention maybe 2 or 3 other important leadership positions that you have served on?
I think the one that's important, Chairperson, to mention, because it's also a regulatory authority, is the KZN Liquor Board or the KZN Liquor Authority. We actually regulate the issuing of liquor licenses. So that's why then I actually found familiarity in the environment, because also the IEC is there to actually regulate elections. So I serve as a board member from May 2017, whilst I also chair its Audit and Risk Committee. I am also a member of its Social and Ethics Committee, and I also chair its Human Resources and Remuneration Committee. The other one, maybe I can mention, Chair, I can mention quite a lot. Currently in KZN, we are busy with the merger.
If there are too many, maybe just
I'll just mention 3 only. We are busy with the merger of both the liquor and the gambling board. So I'm sitting on the joint boards that actually is there to actually ensure that these 2 entities are merged into one entity. I also sit as a member of the eThekwini Community Council, and the last one I can mention is the Charlotte Maclage Hospital, where I actually serve as a board member as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay, oh, no, that's all right. What challenges have you identified as challenges that the IEC needs to keep an eye on if it is to ensure that it continues to deliver free and fair elections to South Africans?
Thank you for the question, Chairperson. I think on the work that one has been doing, as you know that it's a volunteer work, Chairperson, when I actually conduct this election observation work. So as you engage with the electorate, one thing that you actually find, and it also forms part of the most recent report I've submitted after the last elections we've just had. I can share that report if the panel will actually wish to see it as well. When you engage with the electorate, the issue that they have is that they do not trust the IEC at this point in time. There seem to be this element of people believing that it's actually infiltrated by political elements which are actually lobbying for a particular position to be taken whenever there are elections, and they feel like there's no transparency. As you have seen in the past, what has actually happened, Chairperson, the issue of Mpumalanga is one of those that were brought to the fore, where ballot boxes were found in a particular combi or taxi that does not actually belong to the IEC. So I think it's just trust deficit more than anything else, Chairperson, and also the issue of people not actually believing that they are actually still actually free and fair, believing that there's some political elements that are actually infiltrating the IEC. I cannot actually delve much into this, but previously there's been issues raised around the chairpersonship. Person has been appointed by so and so. So those are some of the issues that are actually coming to the fore, Chairperson, and I've been lucky that I've actually engaged with the electorate, not being a member of any political party, but as an independent a member of society who's there to ensure that they are transparent and they are free and fair. So whatever contributions that were made by people as I was engaging, to me they were honest contributions that I believe the IEC needed to look into. Like I said, all those were actually captured in the report that I've actually prepared for the IEC as well.
Okay. And what do you think the IEC should do to make sure that the youth think it's cool to go and vote during elections and they go in their big numbers?
Chairperson, it's as if you've just read that report, because that's one thing that I've actually spoken about highly in terms of ensuring that we attract the youth into these voting stations, because we all know that they are the future of this country. But when you actually get into this, it's something that we cannot actually hide in this platform, that the youth is actually much more demoralized, Chairperson. Looking at the face of our parliament, you actually find a lot of older people, and you can't actually encourage someone to say go and vote if they don't actually see themselves playing any role in terms of taking this country forward. So I think that is where we need to start, Chairperson, to actually ensure that space is created for the youth, especially in our parliament. The talk that is actually going around to say the future of this country, we are looking at a younger deputy president. I think those are the things that we actually need to ensure that we actually speak out loudly about, not from a political point of view, but generally as a community or as a society, to say, look, the country is becoming much more younger, and not the country only, but the world is becoming much more younger. So as the future generation, we actually want to ensure that we reach out to you. What is it that you want to see in our parliament? What is the character and the nature of parliament we want to see? As they start opening up, I'm sure they will actually realize that they do have a space in terms of playing a role in the governance of this country, which is how then, it's one of the means, by the way, we can use to ensure that we encourage them to actually go to those voting stations and participate in the elections. But I've actually captured a lot, Chairperson. Like I said, the time might be limiting, but if you can see the report, there's quite a number of recommendations I've made to the IEC to ensure that we actually bring the youth into these voting stations. What I see was actually appalling, Chairperson, because wherever I went throughout the townships, Kwamashu, Lamont, wherever you will actually go, you will find the youth sitting in the corners, either drinking and say, we don't actually give a damn about these elections. Those elections are for so and so. So it means they've actually given it a character and a nature to say, if you're not belonging to a particular clique, you are not of a particular age, then you cannot actually be seen to be the right candidate to actually participate in those elections, because you are not given space. In some, just most recently, as people were actually trying to actually digest the elections, things have actually happened. About 2 young councillors were killed in Durban. So those things, Chairperson, are actually mentioned to say, look, if you're a youth, they will actually come after you because you don't actually belong in the electorate as a leader. So only those who have been there for quite some time can actually lead this society. So I mean to say, there's quite a lot that can be done. I've actually mentioned quite a few on my report, but as one of those, Chairperson, I think it's just this voter education, mainly targeting at the youth and actually highlighting some of the roles we actually see them playing in this space of the elections.
If you are appointed as a commissioner of the IEC, would it be one of your messages to the youth, the young people in South Africa, that if they want to bring about change, one of the things they should do is flood the voting stations during elections and vote in their big numbers and vote for the type of people who are going to bring about the change that they want? Is that one of the messages you'd give, or would you give a different one?
Sorry for that, Chair. Thank you for the question, Chairperson. Maybe the background a bit that I might give, Chairperson, is that I've actually spearheaded the incorporation of youth into entrepreneurship. I started what was called KZN Youth in Business Cooperative Limited, because when we were growing up, whenever we thought about business, you'll think about an old man with a big stomach who's owning quite a few supermarkets in the townships. So we wanted to actually change the face, Chairperson. So for me, I still actually believe in the youth taking this country forward. So I'm actually lucky that I look so young, even though one has actually grown up a bit. But I mean to say, it's easy for me to actually mingle with the youth, talk the message that they actually want to hear. I'm a mentor, Chairperson, so it becomes easy for me to actually engage in coaching. So yes, I do actually agree with your statement to say it's one of the messages that I'm actually getting across, Chairperson, to ensure that they flood these voting stations. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now allow members of the panel to put questions to you. I'll start with the Public Protector.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tango, thank you for availing yourself for the interview. For me, if you can just take us through any area of your experience where you've developed strategy or you've implemented strategy or project or program where you had deliverables And in that, how did you also utilize issues of budget, issues of the human resources, and that expertise, or if you've done that, how would you contribute that to the commission and making sure that the commission is also delivering their services and there's good governance in the commission? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question, Advocate Mkhwebane. Yes, there's been quite a number of projects that one has actually spearheaded, but I'll just mention one because it relates to what I think will also benefit this commission as well, which is the development of the communication strategy for the KZN Liquor Authority. Because for the longest of time, people knew that there was a regulatory authority that is there to actually ensure that they can apply and acquire their licenses, but we are not visible. So I'm happy to actually talk about that, because it was one of the strides that I've actually made in terms of ensuring that communication strategy was actually developed. There were there was an implementation plan which I was seeing through because management was reporting to me directly on that one, and I'm sure if you, unfortunately most of you are not from KZN, but you will have seen that you are very much visible now. If you go to the local TV channels, you'll actually find our CEO talking. We are on the newspapers, our chairperson is talking. So I mean to say, one has actually done that. There was an implementation plan. I looked at the low-hanging fruits for that, which I've actually guided management on, and those low-hanging fruits are actually bearing fruit for the organization right now, because it has led to more of our licensees complying now, because we are talking to them. We are saying we are not that monster that we have been thinking. Come talk to us. This is who we really are. So the public out there knows exactly how do they engage with us as well. So I think there's a lot that has actually been achieved through the intervention that one actually came up with. So in a nutshell, I would just mention that one. Like I say, there might be a few, but developing the communication strategy of the Liquor Authority and seeing it being implemented whilst identifying low-hanging fruits is one of those that I actually pride myself with. Thank you.
Thank you. On ethical leadership and integrity, where you are now, have you developed any policy relating to ethics? Any? Are you serving in any committee? And what is your view about the integrity of the commissioners? What should we expect from the commissioners of the IEC?
Thank you once again for the question, Advocate Mkhwebane. I'm just smiling because I'm thinking about one thing. As part of the program I've been running with the councillors, I was doing on that module, there's module 2, which spoke about the council as an ethical leader. So I spoke strongly on that module, because it is part of my passion. For the record, Advocate Mkhwebane, I am a member of the Ethics Institute of South Africa, whilst I also serve on the Social and Ethics Committee of the Liquor Authority. So ethics for me, in fact, it's one of those things that I actually look for in any organization that one actually get into, in terms of ensuring that we actually encourage that culture of taking responsibility as a leader, because any form of leadership goes with responsibility or comes with responsibility. So for me, if I actually am to participate in any organization as a leader, I need to ensure that we actually encourage or inculcate the culture of ethical leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Public Protector. Ms. Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Tango, welcome, and thank you very much for availing yourself this afternoon. My question to you I think first and foremost, I'm encouraged by the energy you have. I think the vibrancy, the energy, the writing of reports, I think definitely one would be keen to look at the recommendations of your report. Mr. Tango, your involvement with IEC since 1999, I think you said, until 2016. I think over the time you have observed how elections have been run, free and fair. But I just want to find out from you, in terms of innovation, what can you bring and make sure that it's done differently this time around? I know that we've been running the process of elections, the traditional way, but now things are changing. But also the environment is changing because there are certain, external issues that we cannot avoid. For an example, the, existence of COVID-19 last year actually forced us to do things a little bit different. And, sometimes you will find that, we have power cuts, during election time. How would you strategize, or what mechanisms can you bring in terms of making sure that elections are run even during very difficult, disastrous times of our lives?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Matebula. I think the first thing I will have to mention is to make a correction to say I have been involved with them until 2021, which is the last elections. But getting back to your question, I also sit in the councils of some of the educational institutions, especially TVET colleges, and we've seen that challenge around education, in that COVID has actually hit us hard, such that it was difficult to even get students to actually write their practicals, such that about 30% in one of the colleges of students dropped out, because they could not actually keep up with their studies, and when it was time to actually write, they did not actually have enough understanding of the content of the syllabus that they were actually being taught. And in one of the engagements that we have through the committees, one has actually been very much vocal in terms of encouraging looking at adapting to the new way of doing things. The 4R is upon us. We can't actually run away from that reality. And I've actually traveled extensively looking at how other countries are actually doing things, especially around adapting into technology. For example, I've just been looking at Hong Kong. You don't have waiters anymore. You just press the button here, your order is prepared. It comes on top, the robot takes it and brings through a tray. So I mean to say, I think it is high time, because we are the leader in IT throughout the continent, and yet we are lagging behind when it comes to implementation of such information technology operations. So for me, I think we need to actually look beyond now the paper type of actually holding these elections. There are electronic ways, maybe outside this forum, if I may share. I once tried to actually get a technology which I wanted to introduce to IEC to say, look, if you want to encourage, especially the youth, to vote, let's do away with paper. They don't have that time. At the finger tip, let them actually be allowed to maybe actually put a fingerprint. It says, look, you are the candidates actually registered and you are eligible to vote. Then you actually cast your vote. So it's one of the things that one outside this forum has actually been looking into, to say, look, if we are to encourage the youth, in fact, part of the report, it's also there as well, to say, if you want to encourage this youth, wherever you go right now, when you find the youth, they are on their laptops. I was looking, as I was actually coming through a flight, a young lady, she's a white lady, she's actually doing some things I've never seen, because I'm not actually so literate on the computers. But the things she was doing, I was actually marveling to say, wow, this such things on these phones. So I mean to say, you can adapt if you can buy a system or a software as a means of adapting to the 4IR. We can't be talking about the 4IR all the time, and yet we are not implementing through the programs or processes that we actually bring into the 4. Right now, we'll soon be talking about the 5G. So, I mean to say, some of these things, if you look for IR, they are actually linked to the 5G that you are soon going to be actually getting into. But where are we? So for me, in transforming the election process or the IEC, it is one of those to ensure that we actually go paperless. In fact, I was leading the paperless strategy for the Liquor Authority for that matter. So for me, I think it's not only that we're actually trying to encourage the youth, but also it's a cost saver. It is costly printing these ballot papers. But if you go paperless, it doesn't actually, it's time actually effective, whilst also you're saving a lot of money in terms of having this. You saw last year what happened. We actually lost about 2 or 3 people who actually died because of fatigue as they were actually holding those queues. So I think we need to make this process much more effective and much more innovative. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Mr. I nearly said Tango, not Tambo. The elections are highly, sensitive, and there's quite a lot that happens during the time of elections. And even when we are supposed to get results, we get a lot of disputes. How would you, if you are appointed a commissioner, how would you really try minimize the disputes or avoid them if you can?
Thank you once again for the question, Ms. Matebula. I think it has actually assisted me a great deal being this elections observer, because there are things that the electorate is actually expecting of those who are actually given this mandate, especially to ensure that the elections are transparent, they are actually they are free and fair, whilst also they are such that the electorate will actually have confidence in the electoral process. So I'm sorry to do this. If you don't mind, I just wanted to actually give me one word as a hint in the question you've just asked, because I've just actually deviated. But I just want to get into your question specifically. If you can just give me a hint in terms of the question you've just asked now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the question is around, perhaps if I can just start from the beginning. Elections are highly contested. Disputes do happen quite a lot. And I think you have seen, during the past few elections how, issues were raised. How would you as a commissioner, deal with disputes that arise and or try to minimize, these disputes even before they come to you as a commissioner?
Thank you for the question. I think this question in part might be linked to the question that was earlier raised in terms of ethics. It's important for us as commissioners to actually understand the independence of the people who are actually given this mandate, because I think that is where we miss it. If we actually sign that pledge of ensuring that we'll actually apply ethical values throughout the processes, and also ensure that we separate ourselves from the political environment, because we saw what has actually happened, because we are part of the society as well. We look at these things happening. Politicians are meddling. They're actually stating how these elections results were supposed to have actually been presented. So I think that's one thing that is important for me, to ensure that we actually stand by the pledge that we take as commissioners. Ethics go a long way in terms of discharging of our duties as a public, as a representative, as leaders who are actually elected to actually serve on these structures. And also, like I've said, it's important to ensure that you separate your role as an independent party, being a commissioner, than being a politician. Because at times you find some of those who are actually given this mandate meddling or actually getting into the political space in terms of how they discharge of their duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tambo. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Matebula. Advocate Majola.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Mr. Tango, good morning.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Disagreeing already. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, Advocate, and you?
I'm all right, thank you very much. I was quite interested to hear your thoughts about ways of enticing the youth towards their civic duties of participating in elections and so on. And you emphasized the need to go for paperless voting and so on. When you said so, I remembered the battle that we have waged in the Commission with the Department of Basic Education, who introduced online classes. And then I happened to travel to the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal and happened to see some of the schools that I know there and stopped by and found out how the kids were coping there. And they said that we don't have computers. Well, we don't have electricity in this place. We don't have the internet in this place and so on. And don't you think that that solution would actually have limitations, therefore?
Thank you once again, Advocate Majola. I think the first thing I will say here is I do not believe that the government is not delivering, but it is the people who are actually given the mandate to ensure that services get to our people who are failing the government. Government has got clear policies, but our people are actually failing the government. So in answering your question, I think the model that we have seen with Statistics SA can be best used in the interim as we look at the long-term solution, because the Statistics SA, they don't actually go to each house and say, do you have a cell phone, just so that we count you. They go there with the gadget that will actually ensure that each member of the family is actually counted. So if on this same particular system that will actually develop, we've got a biometric type of a system where you put your fingerprint just so that we ensure that the system is actually out of any corrupt elements. You put your fingerprint, it just says, hello, so and so, your ID number is this, yes. Do you want to vote for this candidate? Yes. For this political party? I think as an interim measure, because yes, most people do have mobile phones, but this thing might require one to have these smartphones, of which if you go to the rural areas, there might be limitations, and you might actually deprive certain group of people in the society from exercising their democratic right, which is why I'm saying then if we can adopt or adapt into the same model where at least we send out these not field workers per se, maybe we call them voting officers, who will go to each family and ensure that each family who is actually eligible to actually cast their vote do so through this system. But in the long run, I know we'll actually have to find a permanent solution where we don't even have to send a voting officer into that particular family. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Tango. I think you're right. The fingerprint is one element in the whole mix of the solution. But I'm also interested. You have got quite impressive experience, and I was trying just to work out what experience you have in promoting cooperation among people, among political parties, you know, in other words, what experience do you have in promoting cooperation so that people can work together? And it's an obvious question because, you know, the commission is supposed to promote cooperation and, you know, among political parties, between political parties and the electorate and you know, and government and so on, and also itself. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Advocate Majola. I think in confidence, maybe let me mention that that is easy for somebody like me who's apolitical because I don't even know where and how are those branch meetings held because I don't belong to any structure or political party that says I actually claim you because I'm very much independent. For me, people come first more than being aligned into a particular structure. So that work has been easy for me during the days of the KZN Youth in Business that I've actually mentioned because I was easily actually engaging with the political leadership. I was easily engaging with our leadership in the province as well in terms of the program. I wanted to spearhead in ensuring that we bring youth into entrepreneurship. Currently, I'm also actually running an NPO called Kwamashu Community Development Foundation. That is where I was born. And I've seen a lot of our youth languishing at homes. We've got more than 45% of unemployment levels in that township. And you find the youth either experimenting with drugs or you actually find child prostitution because they've got nothing else to do. So it has become easy for me then to engage with our leadership in the province at government level and also at political level to say, look, one is prepared to bring in programs and also plow in seed funding so as to ensure that the programs that we actually bring into this township brings about hope into the youth that's actually hopeless because there is nothing that is actually brought as a means to actually bring them into the system. As I said earlier, that they're even not encouraged to actually go and vote simply because this system seems to be actually kicking them out. So I mean to say, I think the position that I'm actually playing at this point in time make it very easy for me to actually engage with anybody because I am neutral. I can engage with political leaders of any political party. I engage with our government leaders as well because I've actually done a number of successful things that makes it easy for them to actually trust me when we actually engage. So even on this environment then, I think with them understanding the role that I play in my independence and neutrality as well, it will be easy for me to actually discharge of my duties as expected of the commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tango. Thank you, Chief Justice. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this interview. Mr. Tango, once again, thank you for availing yourself. You will be informed in due course of the outcome of these interviews.
Thank you so much, Chief Justice. Thanks
Thank you
to the
very much.
panelists as well.
Thank you.
Bye.
For the vacancy in the IEC, we really appreciate the fact that you have made yourself available and made time to come for the interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, Chief Justice.
Yes. I'm going to just highlight certain features of your CV and then ask you a few questions, and thereafter I will allow members of the panel to ask you questions as well. Okay.
Thank you.
I see that you have a national diploma in financial accounting, which you got from Damelin, is that right? And then you have a bachelor's degree in business administration from Management College of Southern Africa, is that right? You have got a postgraduate diploma in business management, also from the same college, Management College of Southern Africa. And then you have a master's in business administration from the same college, is that right?
Correct, Chief Justice.
Yes. And in terms of your experience, you are a business tax and training consultant.
Correct.
And I see that you have had something to do with elections and the IEC. You say you have served since 1994 as a deputy presiding officer at the level of area or ward manager and assistant project coordinator. You say serving as a troubleshooter between MEO office and assigned voting registration stations. So you have had some connection with the IC.
Correct, Chief Justice.
Yes. Has it been throughout this period from 1994 or some years and not others?
It was on a part-time basis.
Yes.
When
but throughout or?
Throughout, yes.
Okay, okay. Even at the moment, whenever there's an opportunity for you to do some or assist, you assist?
Yes, I've submitted my resignation in during the pandemic in 2020 December as a municipal electoral officer.
Okay, may I ask you to bring your mic closer to you so we can hear you? Would you just start afresh?
I was saying, Chief Justice, that in December 2020, I've submitted my resignation as the municipal electoral officer of the Katlong NCO92 office.
Yes. Okay, and in terms of leadership experience, I see that a lot of your leadership experience involves SAFA. Is that right?
Correct, Chief Justice. I'm a very sports fanatic, in particular football development.
Yeah, and on this occasion, I won't ask you about what club you... You have a right to remain silent on that. Since 2013, you have been an NEC member of SAFA. You have been chairperson of the Competitions Committee of SAFA since 2018. And you are a member of the Competitions Committee of COSAFA since 2018. You are vice chairperson of the Membership Affairs, Committee of SAFA since, or you were, from 2016 to 2018. And you have had other, or you are chairperson of the Northern Cape Competitions Committee of SAFA. Is that right? Or
correct.
You were?
Correct. I were.
Yeah. Yes.
I was.
Yes. And you have been also involved in district football associations as well. Is that right?
Correct, CJ.
Yes. But not only soccer, Karate as well?
I grew up in a family that was so fond of sports.
Yeah.
So at a younger age, I trained karate and represented the province at national and international level.
Yeah. No, thank you. What challenges have you identified that the IEC needs to deal with if it is to make sure that it continues to give us South Africans free and fair elections? In other words, challenges that it must keep an eye on and deal with, because if they don't deal with them properly, they could affect the freeness and fairness of the elections that they deliver to the South Africans.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for the question. In my observation, I've observed a number of challenges. The first one, the landmark ruling of the Concord for the addresses, it's still a challenge for the IEC. Up until today, they haven't survived 100% to get addresses. However, in my personal view, I saw the Concord missed out on when they resolved on addresses to be a requirement. They left out the issue of a proof of residence being a requirement as well for a voter to come and register in the IEC to be on the voters roll. Because when you look at the requirements that are stipulated by the relevant legislation, it only says the voter can be 16 years or older, and you must have a green barcoded ID or an ID card, the modern one, and for those youngsters, they must have a valid temporary ID card. So it does not talk about proof of residence there. The IEC, in my view, they have embarked and exhausted whatever at their disposal to fulfill that particular ruling of the Concord. But to date, it's still a challenge. And I think in my, also my personal view, in order for us to have a voters roll that can produce a voter turnout of at least 80% to 100%, was to consider doing away, wiping out the voters roll and starting from scratch. Or because of the IEC is linked to, it's accounting to the portfolio of the Home Affairs, and the system of the IEC is linked with the system of the Home Affairs, where a voter comes into the registration station or at the MEO office to come and register. It is not a requirement to produce that proof of residence. They would just produce, inform the registration officer about their address, and a particular map shall be used for that particular voting district, and the system will show that this particular voter belongs to this particular address. However, because of this, the Home Affairs system has not been updated by the individual himself or herself when they moved from one address to the other address. So in that instance, maybe it should be a requirement for you, it must be legislated for them, for the voters to produce that, or else must go back to the Home Affairs system and update their addresses there, so that when it is captured at the IEC office, it automatically shows where you are residing. Another typical example, when you go to the bank, or when the bank send me or you an SMS or a message that it is time for you to update your RICA documentation, and if you are not going to act on that, they are going to suspend your account. So it shall be incumbent upon you to come and produce what they require before you can be even to access your banking details. But at the IEC, you can't, because legislation does not enforce you or the voter to produce his or her proof of residence. The other challenge is, because it is one of the legislative requirements for the IEC to continuously embark on research on electoral matters, improving electoral matters, and research on technology, improvement of technology. With the pandemic, we found ourselves struck by a force majeure, not being sure whether are we going or not going, whether will we be able to have the elections or not. But as South Africans, we've been talking conservatively so about the 4IR up until the pandemic came in and forced us to realize and accept that the 4IR is indeed with us. And we have seen many activities, physical and contact sessions, migrating from contact to online to virtual platforms. And I think South Africa as a developing country enjoys benchmarking itself with the developed countries. And for us to refrain from being surpassed by technological events, we should also take it from our neighbors, which is Namibia, that are involved on electronic voting, get a deep, intensive research of the pros and cons of electronic voting, which I think shall also be a part of the solution for this country of ours moving forward.
You said something about the IEC should have, I don't know whether you said cancelled the voters' roll and start afresh or something along those lines. Would you like to just say again what is the point you were making there?
Okay, CJ, the IEC on an annual basis manage across, on an average, 130 by-elections on an annual basis. So my personal view is, for us to be able to achieve 100% or at least 80% voter turnout, the current voters' roll does not do justice to the IEC and the electorate in general, because of since 1994, the voter apathy increases each and every election, and the turn-up will just be 50%, 51%, 52%. So if we put the current voters' roll in abeyance, put it aside, and start from scratch, and maybe pilot it per word, when we have by-elections on this particular word, we concentrate on getting the voters in that particular voting district boundary, and it will eliminate what was perceived in Tlokwe that led to this landmark ruling, that neighboring voters were passed into a particular voting district to come and register and validate themselves to cast their vote during that by-elections.
So you are saying that the IEC, in your view, should put aside or cancel the existing voters' roll. Is that right?
Yes, Chief Justice.
And what must they use after that in the place of the voters' roll?
In South Africa, we are running elections every second year. So the year before the elections, we start the voters' roll from scratch, and not work from the older voters' roll. In doing that, we would know that this particular voters' roll shall have 100 voters, and we'll be able to print 100 ballot papers with a 10% increase that will accommodate spoiled papers, etc. So the current situation is we are sitting with a voting district that has, say for instance, an average of 3,000 voters. We are printing 3,000 ballot papers, and at local level, it will be 3,000 times 3. At national and provincial level, it shall be 3,000 times 2. But with the other new ruling of the Constitutional Court, that individuals must also be considered at contesting national and provincial elections, shall also prompt us to print the total number of ballots 3 times. So plus a 10% that will cover for those spoiled papers. So on election day, the special votes and election day, history has showed that not more than 50% of voters are turning up to come and cast their votes. History has shown that during registration weekends, only the same voters are repeating themselves to come and verify their status on the voters' roll. So all of those, we might be having those who has passed on. We might be having a number of those that has lost interest. We might be having a number of those that has migrated from one area to the other areas.
I just want to make sure I understand. I don't want to misunderstand you. So what would be the benefit of doing that, of the IEC putting aside or cancelling the voters' roll?
Yeah, the benefit will be to do away with a 50% or 48% voter turnout. It will give us confidence that guaranteed that these people that are appearing on this particular voters' roll in this voting district or voting station, 80% plus of these people will turn up on voters' election day.
So it would be to encourage more people to vote, or it will simply make sure that the percentage of voter turnout is less because we are calculating from a smaller group of people?
Both ways, Chief Justice. It will bring the voter turnout percentage up, and seeing that the number is not going down, it's slightly on an upward spiral. It will also encourage all those dejected voters to come and participate into this young, dynamic, growing constitutional democracy of ours.
And they will be encouraged by the fact that there is no voters' roll now.
The voters' roll will be there.
Or
my
we will
my
do a
view
new
is
one?
we are redoing the voters' roll.
But we do it over a longer period. We do it as and when we have got a by-election or elections.
My view is we can pilot it during by-elections per VD. Wherever there is a by-election on this particular voting district, we pilot it, start a new voters' roll. If it works, so be it. We roll it out to the rest of the VDs in the municipality, in the district, in the province, and subsequently in the country.
Okay, what should the IEC do in order to entice more young people to go and vote during voting days elections?
Before I get to the legislative obligation of the IEC regarding voter education or civic education, I think it is also incumbent upon the IEC to collaborate more. Political parties are an important stakeholder to the IEC and to our democracy in the country. I strongly believe that having political liaison committee meetings, it's not enough to address that voter apathy that we are experiencing. The IEC has a program or a constitutional mandate to roll out its civic education. The question is, it's the program effective enough or not? The IEC has a tendency of playing poverty or something like that, CJ, where when previously voter education would be a continuous process, and now of late it is only considered 3 months before an election. And that's why it does not have an impact. And how they calculate events as well is also questionable. Because this thing should be a continuous process across, not only on elective year. We used to have a drama called Soul City, flighted by our national broadcaster, in order to entice the society about pandemics within our societies. So I strongly believe that coming up with such programs as well, particularly on TV and on national radio as well, it shall also program the mind and stimulate that change in society at large and to the youth at large.
I will now allow members of the panel to ask you questions, and I'll start with the Public Protector.
Thanks.
Mr. White, thank you for joining us today. Mine relates to strategic management, or in your current employment, or any project which you've initiated from start to finish. What project is that? What were the deliverables? And what do you think you can take with, if you are appointed as the commissioner, to make sure that you apply that, or you advise when you you play an oversight role over the administration of IEC.
Thank you, Pipi, and good afternoon. As an individual and a leader and an academic, I believe in collaborating with whoever I am working with. I'm a team member, and wherever I can contribute, irrespective of the situation, I do myself in terms of my best in terms of researching, doing a full research with regard to a particular matter that needs a serious attention or whatsoever. I've been on the turf for so many reasons. Where I'm coming from, I'm a consultant advocating the where our constitutional democracy has failed a bit in terms of reviving the economic spectrum to those the previously disadvantaged individuals. And when one is afforded with the opportunity to participate at a particular level that will have an influence of changing or highlighting a particular view in how a specific legislation can be reviewed or amended or interpreted, one appreciates that with both hands and will do justice to it by solid research and references.
Thank you. On ethical leadership, ethics and integrity, what is your understanding in your current organization? Do you have any ethics policy, ethics committee, or what would you bring to the IEC as commissioner?
Thanks, Pipi. With regard to ethical leadership, I believe that for me to be able to sit here occupying this chair this afternoon, my CV went through an intensive vetting process. That's how to ensure that only the eligible candidates must come and be interviewed for this serious responsibility that one wish to occupy in the immediate future. So for one being involved in public activities, the public is at times becomes at times overzealous in judging people and perceiving that their views are correct, forgetting that we are living in a democratic society where the universal of being innocent until proven guilty by any court of law lives with us. So for me and you to be leaders of society, it requires one to pride him or herself with much acceptable morals and ethics. Thanks.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Ms. Machebula.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and good afternoon and welcome, Mr. White.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. You know, I think my supposedly first question was extensively responded to in your first response when you talked about challenges and strategies that you would put in place in order to deal with those challenges. I think you indicated that with IEC you need to embark on research to improve, you know, technologies or technology, and you also talked about the fourth industrial revolution during the time of pandemic, you know, and how virtual platforms have been utilized during this disaster period. So I'm quite happy with that response. The question that I want to perhaps ask you is that, having been involved or served the IEC since 1994, you would know that elections are quite a contested terrain. There are a lot of disputes that are raised. How do you, or how, as a commissioner, how would you handle disputes, you know, that arise either during elections or after the announcements of the results? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. With regard to dispute resolutions, in my view, the IEC is doing very well, particularly from a background where I'm coming from, the little municipality that I'm coming from. The IEC would, apart from training the electoral staff, they will also embark on training party agents. They will train their trainers, and those trainers would train their party agents. And when you sit inside a voting station, whatever is not going okay, deemed by the political parties, depends on the party agents that has been deployed by the respective political party into that voting station. And when they wishes to raise a complaint or whatsoever, they are entitled to do that with the presiding officer who is responsible to manage that particular voting station. And you have this particular tendency from political parties, after losing or getting the results, after everything, then they will complain, blah, 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 blah. But however, one of the requirements for closing the counting station after completing everything, party agents signed off the result slip with the presiding officer. And when the political party complained outside that parameters of the counting station, where their party agents did not even raise an objection of whatever they feel they are aggrieved of, those complaints, they will be advised or encouraged to raise their complaints through to the CEO, who would refer the matter to the electoral court to deal with those particular complaints.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just very briefly, tell us how you have dealt with conflict that you have faced in your, whether it's a workplace or, you know, within SAFA. You know, how have you dealt with you know, conflicts in your working environment? Thank you.
Whether you move from organization to organization, another organization, all organizations are managed by the book, of which shall be the constitution in the form of SAFA, which shall be the Electoral Act in the form of the IEC. So whatever complaints that you are getting, earlier I said I'm a type of a person that enjoys collaborating, in particular with all the direct infected stakeholders. So whatever complaint you get, as long as you attend to that complaint, referring to the booklet, of which is shall be the constitution, shall be the Electoral Act within the IEC, and at SAFA level shall be the constitution. Nothing will be able to come back to you, because you are not judging people on the basis of their background or what they know and what they don't know, but you are judging a particular complaint on its own merit.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Machola.
Good morning, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Yes. Okay. Just two questions from me, just based on your experience, 2 or 3. The first one is, I just want to know what experience do you have in promoting cooperation, among people, between governments and institutions and, could be political parties and so on. That role, what experience do you have in that regard?
Thank you, Advocate. Reading a lot and being involved in so many responsibilities will teach one that corporations also differ from one organization to the other, from one country to the other. South Africa has a number of corporations agreement with other countries in terms of trade, etc., like being the member of BRICS. And from SAFA, we also have a number of cooperation agreements with international federations to advance the development of football agenda across our South African borders. From organization to organization, it will differ in a sense that Advocate, the agreement will be based on the parties, whether 2 or more than 2, what they are intending to achieve on the basis of that the agreement that they are going to enter into, and what the services that they are in need of, the recipient and the giver, and what benefits are there for the parties that are involved in that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Do you have any experience in reviewing rules, guidelines, legislation, the like?
My knowledge as a consultant, a business and tax consultant, I do compile quality management systems for small, medium, and micro enterprises. Clients, their clients would be the CETAs, their clients would be the DTI, small business, the Department for Small Business Development, and SIDA. So on an annual basis, after compiling those policies and procedures to ensure that the particular SMME secures the relevant accreditation with a particular SETA of his choice, those particular policies and procedures are being reviewed on an annual basis, where you will check what has worked and what hasn't worked, and why didn't it work, and what's there to be done for it to be able to see us through in the following ensuing year. And in football at SAFA, we are normally considering and reviewing our statutes also on an annual basis. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. We've come to the end of your interview, Mr. White. Thank you once again for availing yourself for consideration for this position. You will be advised in due course of the outcome of these interviews. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you so much, Chief Justice.
Thank
all
you.
of the best. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.